and Squire Marty Booth. And we're glad that everybody could be here. This is the work session for April the 22nd, 22. And we're going to kind of change up how we normally do things because our meetings go to an extent where it's hard for people that want to watch their children do the Pledge of Allegiance to get that when it's time to do it. So we're going to start doing our pledge first in our work session. And this morning, we're going to be led in the pledge by Elena, and she's the daughter of Greta DeSantis. And the last time she gave the pledge, but the sound didn't work. So Andrew, I hope you've got it ready to go. And if everybody would please stand for the pledge, we'll have Elena lead us.
My name is Elena. I am a freshman at Frankfurt High. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you so much. And the DeSantis family, I know you're proud. We are too. Thank you. Okay, we're going to kind of switch just a bit because Mr. McClovick has daughter is a star athlete, I'm sure, and he wants to see her play, and I want him to see her play. So, Mr. McClovick, welcome. We're going to bring you up and talk about the 2020-2021 audit. Thank you very welcome, and good luck to your daughter.
Appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate you moving me up. You all have the audit report in front of you. This is for the year ended June 30, 21. The one thing that I stress to you is were there any changes to what the information that you've been provided before? And there hasn't been. There's only two things that you all don't look at on a daily or a monthly basis. That's the jail commissary fund and the public properties corporation fund. I don't usually talk about those and don't need to. They're unbudgeted. So the one thing that I do want to tell you that we've issued a clean opinion or what we call an unmodified opinion. And the reason this report is a little thicker than usual is that the COVID CARES money is reported in here, and that because it was over $750,000 or your total federal funds were over $750,000, you all have an extended audit, what we call under uniform guidance. And you had 1.382 million of COVID CARES money that was used to pay for payroll during this year. So we had to apply special procedures and audit procedures to that. So that's really the reason it's a little longer, another letter, more schedules. So, but other than that, there are not any big changes. So again, it was 1.3 million. Your revenues were up, and from the prior year, 15.6. I'm looking at page 6 and 7, 6, 7, and 8. So 6 and 7 are the main ones that are budgeted. And I usually only talk about the general fund. Again, your property taxes were up. And I'm not going to, things that I'm saying, things that you all know. And again, this is a year ago. The state auditor reviews our audit. And because technically they're supposed to audit this every year, they don't. They only have to do it one every 4 years, which they're getting ready to do 6/30/22. So I won't be here next year. But again, they review everything. That usually takes, adds another month or two. Because matter of fact, I can't remember what the date is on our, probably in March when we actually finished it. I usually don't go through a whole lot of numbers, but first column there, your fund balance or cash is $10.4 million. When you're able to use, you got the COVID money to help pay for salaries for firefighters, and they changed those the way that you can get reimbursed. They actually allowed you to take the double time and some other benefits. So you all got another $558,000 that you requested and got reimbursement for. Again, offsets a lot of expenses that you would normally have to pay. And this will go on for a couple, or I believe you're going to get more. As you all know, more cities and counties are getting more passed through the local government and the state. So if you look over all the way over on page 8, you'll see the total funds cash is about $19 million. You'll look at a couple of big numbers there in the second to last column of the Public Properties Corporation Fund. You all refinanced the fees and basically paid off some bonds going forward for lower interest rate. Everybody's doing that. It's the smart thing to do. That's why you see such large numbers there. You know, there wasn't $17 million coming in cash and $18 million going, basically to pay off some old bonds and renew going forward. So at the end of the year, 6/30/21, you had $19 million. So that goes to being good stewards of, which I've always said about the county, and a credit to Susan, even though she's not in here, she's with us.
She's watching.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Susan.
And I know that I do want to send a special thanks to her and the jail staff for getting me information. It's been great to work with her over these years. I will say that she has always made our job a lot easier. I'm sure you all know that as well. But again, that's about all I have. And if you have any questions, it's a 70-page document. You could ask me a question. I've had it happen before. Not here, luckily, of a specific number. But I'll be honest with you, you could probably ask a specific number and Susan will be able to tell you what that entails. We audit those numbers and apply general auditing standards to these government auditing standards, matter of fact, since you're government. So that's about all I have.
So your findings of fact that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing?
Yes, and having $19 million at the end of the day is always a good thing.
Okay.
Yep.
You want to suggest that we spend it all at one time?
No.
Okay.
I made the mistake of saying that at one time, one
I know
meeting
you
before.
did.
Yeah. Not at this one. But again, it's a nice problem to have, is to be able to get through COVID for 2 years and seeing the receipts that you all had in property taxes is always a good thing. So, you know, some smaller communities aren't that lucky, but again, you are getting COVID money from the federal government through the state. So, but that will run out. But I know you all are making plans to use that money or are using it.
You know, what's interesting, when you talk about the property taxes, that we actually cut them, and we're making more money.
Right.
Because there is some growth that.
Yep. Growth always helps.
It does.
Growth always helps.
Absolutely.
But I will say, you know, when I was on the school board, you look at that algebraic equation of how are we going to make more money and lower our rate? Well, it's just the way the algebraic equation works. And I'm sure you're getting lots of phone calls for lowering everyone's taxes.
Sure we are.
I know I did on the school board. But like I said, I'd be glad to go over any page of this document and the numbers. Susan can tell you, as you all know, anything that makes up these. But you know, as a board, you all should know that you'll have a clean opinion.
Okay, questions? Questions?
Just make sure you approve it.
All
I
right.
mean, you'd be surprised sometimes. Hey, thanks for coming, and then they forget to
We
approve.
got that on there too.
No, we always just, or it's always been in the work session.
And then the next one, you'll approve it. It's always presented and approved.
Okay.
Just make sure you approve it. That's all.
Okay.
Usually at the work session, you just talk about it, because I usually come to your full meeting.
Okay. All right.
All right. You all take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry.
Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
Appreciate it. Good luck to your daughter. All right. Now we have an honor to have Sky Hansen here to talk about April as being Child Abuse Prevention Month. Franklin County Crime Victims Advocate. Ms. Hansen, thank you. Welcome. We appreciate you being here. And in a few minutes, I'll read a proclamation, but go ahead and talk to us about the Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Okay, thanks for having me. I have seen your agenda for this morning, so I will be as short as possible. So I know you guys have lots of good ones. But like I said, thank you for having me this morning. Thanks for having me every year. I always love to come and have this opportunity to talk to you guys a little bit just about the great work really that Franklin County does. We have lots of really hardworking professionals in Franklin County. I think it is important to acknowledge, law enforcement, DCBS, school personnel, medical personnel. We have lots of great nonprofits in this county, CASA, the Sunshine Center, that, they work day in and day out to protect the kids of Franklin County. We currently have about 164 kids in Franklin County that are in out-of-town care, whether that be foster care or some kind of fictive care, relative placement, something like that. So, it's really important for the community to do their part as well. Andrew can put up a slide that I gave him about how to report. This is probably the best way to really do your part. If you have some suspicion of child abuse or you see something going on, this is the way that you can report child abuse. That link there for report online, the website below is that, and that's a non-emergency report only. Obviously, if there's an emergency, call 911, but those other numbers are the statewide reporting sources. But I'm always available if you have a question about something. If you're not really sure if you should report it, call me. I'm happy to answer any questions, or just refer you to something else if you don't really think that it is maybe something that would have to be reported, but it's just a family that might need some services. Give me a call. I'm always available. This is my contact information.
Scott, we also did a program with CASA, and they're wanting us to announce that next week is Paint the Town Blue. So can you talk a little bit about that?
I'm not familiar
You're
with
not familiar with that part. I know that you
Yeah.
work with CASA, but this is a CASA.
April is just, everybody has so many different programs going on and,
Yeah,
lots of
sure,
different
yeah.
things.
But they all are related in
Absolutely.
helping children.
Yes.
That's great. I have a proclamation, and if you would be so kind to allow me to read this and then present this to you, and I'll sit and read it, then stand and give it.
Okay.
Is that fair enough? Okay. Whereas the National Child Abuse Prevention Month will be recognized throughout the United States as well as in the Commonwealth of Kentucky during the month of April 2022. And whereas preventing child abuse and neglect is a community problem that depends on involvement among people throughout the community. And whereas during periods of economic challenges, families feel more vulnerable, and as a result, child abuse and neglect increases drastically. And whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced by making sure each family has the support they need to raise their children in a healthy environment. And whereas child abuse is considered to be one of our nation's most serious public health problems, with scientific studies documenting the link between the abuse and neglect of children and a wide range of medical, emotional, psychological, and behavioral disorders. And whereas all citizens should become involved in strengthening families to raise their children in a safe and nurturing environment. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partnerships created among state and local government agencies, schools, faith communities, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Houston Wells, Franklin County Judge Executive, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month in Franklin County, and urge all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to strengthen families, thereby preventing child abuse and creating healthier communities. Scott, with this proclamation, I thank you, and you're so right. All of us need to work together to help prevent child abuse. Thank you. I present this to you. Thank you very much. We'll do it like this. There you go. God bless you.
Okay, I would, yeah. I brought pins as well. It's like-
That's great. That's great.
Couldn't tell you last time I received a pinwheel.
A pin.
No, that's pretty special.
So,
Kid,
well,
Yeah.
it's asked me why, but it's supposed to represent the innocence of childhood.
Okay.
So that's why.
My gosh, it's fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
We need more of that in this world.
As a former teacher, if any mattresses start blowing on them and make their pinwheels make noise during this fiscal court meeting, I'll have to ask you to be excused to go to timeout.
At least they're not kazoos or something, right?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Don't play with your toys,
Thank you,
kids.
Sky. I'm sorry.
Put your hands in your pocket.
Yeah.
Everybody want to hold up the pinwheels and I'll get a group
There you go.
picture.
There you go. Picture.
Come on, Scotty, get your pinwheel.
Too late.
Maybe not have it up. I didn't know.
He didn't.
Lambert and Marty, I'll leave them here if you guys want to stop by and get them, okay?
Lambert, don't put yours on the back of your truck and let it spin. They're for you to hold in your hand. All right. Thank you, Sky. You take that?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you for your work. All right, let's move to the next item on the agenda. The next item is authorization for approval of minutes from our special meeting of March 30th, 2022. Are there any questions about that? Next item on the agenda, we have a guest, Mr. Leonberger, and Mr. Adam Leonberger. Are you on, Adam?
Yes, I'm on. I had to find find the right screen.
Yes, sir. We hear you. We
Oh.
see you.
There you go.
Yeah. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning.
Welcome.
How are you?
Let's talk about the extensions budget.
So I've got, you all have the district, the board, and our budget in your packet there. I believe we took the compensating rate this year to try to keep it the amounts level as the revenue level as last year, as close as possible. So you can see the taxes there coming in at 778,478. We still got some carryover. That's just mostly some programming that we weren't able to carry over just because we can't get out, haven't been able to get out. Some of that is also holding over for capital improvement funds for the building as well. Most of our funds are coming though for most of our operations are going to be towards our personnel and operations. Some of it going towards some capital outlay.
Any questions for Adam? Adam? I
Yes,
don't hear any questions. With that being said, thank you for your presentation. Thank the board. I'm a member of the board and I'm proud to be a member of the board and the board does great work for our community. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
And thanks to the board members, Keenan, everybody. All right, no other questions? Thanks, Adam. Next item on the agenda is authorization to receive report of from the auditor of public accounts that agreed upon procedures engagement of the Franklin County Sheriff for the period January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Sheriff Choir, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, I hope you all can hear me okay. I'm sitting in my car getting ready to work a detail, but this is good news for us because our agreed upon procedure came back with no findings. So that's always good. I know that this will be the third clean audit coming up. So that's exactly what we all wanted. And I'm proud of that. And I thank my staff and friends, everyone for all the hard work.
Amen. Any questions on the audit from the sheriff? A clean audit. Thank you, Sheriff. Great work.
Thank you.
I don't think there are any questions. Go ahead, Sheriff, be safe today to you and your staff.
And everybody keep their fingers crossed. I think the bus is going to get moved today, but I'll follow up with everyone.
Oh, Lambert and I don't know how many times we've been asked about that. So
Well,
that will be a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'll let you know.
Okay, yeah, keep me, text me, send me a picture if you can too.
On record, meeting.
Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the first reading of an ordinance of Franklin County, Kentucky. The Fiscal Court approving the execution of a local development area agreement relating to the establishment and implementation of the local development area tax increment financing, known as the Paddocks of Frankfurt, local development area within the city of Frankfurt. Mr. Parsons, you're on. I see Casey on. I see Penny on. I see Mr. Shuttle on. I think it's Mr. Shuttle, right? I can't see the name.
Mr. Shooty, I'm here on behalf of.
Judy, I'm sorry, I apologize. This is the first reading, so we're gonna have a discussion about it. Mr. Parsons, or Penny, do you want to start it and then lead to Mr. Parsons? It's either way, however you want to do it. Penny, I'll turn it to you and let you lead.
Okay, great. I'll let Jim Parsons, our attorney for the city, speak about this ordinance, inviting and requesting that the county join us in this tax increment financing agreement for the new development at the Paddocks of Frankfurt at 127 and I-64 in 100 acres that has been zoned commercial since 1986. So, Mr. Jim Parsons, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to be here today relative to this. Just for a procedural standpoint, the city has approved a development agreement with the Paddocks of Frankfurt LLC to develop this particular site. It's about $148 million project is the estimated cost. It's a mixed use commercial residential project that's planned for this particular site. The development agreement has been approved. The city has started its process to create the TIF district, which is, and they also conducted the public hearing that was necessary for this. We after the development agreement was approved by the city, we had to hold up a little bit the approval of the TIF district because we were waiting on a statutory change that was supposed to be approved this session of the General Assembly, and that was done. So that's why the development agreement and the TIF approvals did not come together at the same time. So we're in the change we needed to get approved has been approved for this particular area. This is called a local development area TIF district, which is a little different than what you approved previously on the downtown district, in that this is for undeveloped property and the development of undeveloped property. There's no development plan required onto this particular one. Basically, I think you've had a presentation on this before on this particular project. This project, the plan is for the city and county each to pledge 50% of their incremental tax increases from real property taxes and occupational taxes for a 20-year period to specifically reimburse local public infrastructure costs as identified in the agreements. There is a capped amount on the amount that could be reimbursed to the developer of $12 million total for the term of the deal. It's also a 20-year TIF pledge. Again, the city is creating the TIF district and pledging its revenues. That process has started, and the county request is simply to sign off and approve its pledge of tax revenues. For informational purposes, based upon what we did in the last TIF district, there is a prohibition, or at least in the event that businesses that are currently paying county and city occupational taxes are relocated into the district on this, those revenues would not be counted as new revenues for purposes of calculating the increment. I just want to make you aware of that. That was incorporated into this based upon the view of the fiscal court last time. So that is in this particular document. In addition to that, the developer has a window of 6 years to complete the project pursuant to the development agreement, or the city at its option has the option to terminate the future payments under the agreement. Of course, that would be the city would have to weigh those options depending on how far along the project has been done. We just want to make you aware of that's in the development agreement. I'll be glad to answer any other questions, or the developer can give information about the project itself.
Mr. Parsons, let me ask you a question. I'm a bit clear about the occupational tax and because the city and county on new development split the occupational tax. It's a 1.95 because this is a city project. And so the county would get 0.95 and the city would get the 1%. So is that affected as part of this, that half of that 1% would go back to the TIF?
Yeah, I think with the way that would be done, this doesn't affect any other agreement you have with the city on that. So if you would get, it would be, in that circumstance, as I would interpret that, is you would get 50% of what you would otherwise have received. And 50% would go to the TIF.
Okay, so we would get basically, my thought would be we would get 0.50 of 0.95.
That's correct.
Half of
what you would otherwise have received.
1.55.
That's how I would interpret that, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, questions? Questions?
Yeah, he'd mentioned, but because of discussions from our last TIF agreement, Mr. Parsons, you said that it's only affecting new occupational taxes. So if a donut shop was in town and they decided to move to this area, their taxes wouldn't go towards the TIF because they're already in our area.
That's correct. If it's an existing business that's going to be relocated into this district, those revenues would not count toward the TIF increment.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, Squire.
Is anybody else going to be presenting, or are we asking just questions to anybody here?
Well, Penny, do you have somebody else that's going to present anything?
Okay, then
No,
maybe,
sir.
Penny, maybe I could ask you, Mr. Parsons said, I guess there was a public meeting. Can you kind of recap? I know there's some concerns as far as the roadways and the drainage runoff from this area. Could you maybe just talk about those briefly, please?
Yes, there was a public meeting. There was not any public comment at that time. When we presented the item to you, previously, we did have the engineer for the project on the line. Within the packet that you have, there is a development plan that is in the Commonwealth Economics attachment. It looks like this. And you can see that there are various retention basins located to manage and mitigate water runoff on the plan. I know that Casey Bolton is here and can join me in answering any questions about that, but you do see several retention basins to manage that as part of the plan.
One thing,
and I think, I believe our developers representative, Renee Brewer, is on the call as well. Renee?
I am.
Great.
Yes, I am. I can answer that question. We are crossing the drainage area that is the Vandalay extension into the project. And because of the type of tile that we're putting in there, actually, not only are we going to be able to store our own water on site, we are also going to be able to slow down all of the other water that is draining into that area that will go into Cedar Creek. So, for example, the water that is coming under US 127 from the Walmart area, we're actually going to be able to slow other water down that currently is not being slowed down or held back, which is going to greatly improve the chances of not flooding for Cedar Creek.
Okay, thank you.
If that makes sense. Sorry.
No, it does, and I appreciate you being proactive on that. Penny, one other question, if I could. Looking at the surface of the parking lot, you know, I've spent a lot of times looking at parking lots and how big they are, even during Christmas and things like that. Are these regulations local, you know, as far as how they're sized, or is it state regulated?
I can't answer that question specifically. I'm sorry. Renee, you may be able to.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, the reason why that the parking spaces are like that, some of that is, I think, a city regulation, but a lot of times, for example, like big boxes and even like sit-down restaurants, they have their own ideal of how many parking spaces that they want. And so a lot of that is actually based on their regulations and how many spaces that they say they need.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
May
Go
I
ahead, Penny.
add one thing to that? I think it's also important to know that the study that was presented and that is presented for you today does note that the planned tenants of this development are new to Frankfurt retail and restaurant. The target for this is those who are not here. So the idea is to be additive rather than replacement. So I think that, I think that's important to note.
Okay.
Thank you.
Squire Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you all for being with us. I do have a couple questions. In regards to the passage by the city commission, was there any discussion on the potential effect of downtown Frankfurt businesses if this development went through, and if so, what were they?
So the discussion, there really wasn't any at the meeting level. But what I will say is that in the conversations with the development team, and they can certainly answer this better than I, the target of retail and restaurant for this area are companies which are largely suburban restaurant companies. So there are certain, as this is a development that is at the interstate, there are certain retailers and restaurants that do not go into infill areas. And so the local businesses have a slightly different target demographic audience than, say, something like, I don't know, we have Buffalo Wild Wings, for instance, in Frankfurt out in Jet, and that is part of a suburban restaurant company. And this was something that I learned really in detail as I have worked with other retailers and restaurants coming into Frankfurt. There are certain restaurateurs that won't go into a downtown area. And so the idea is to target those which are differentiated in the sense that from a consumer standpoint, if you're driving through, headed west on I-64 and you're looking for the consistency of a meal that is going to taste the same as it did in Poughkeepsie, this is the kind of development that you would seek out. And so the target demographic visitor for that is different than local people that we want to attract to downtown restaurants and that type of thing. So it is different. And I believe that the visitor demographic, is there. Does that answer your question, Squire Tracy? Do you want Casey or Renee to add anything to that?
No, it does, and it leads me to my next question. With that being said, and looking at the overall footprint and what your all's desire is to recruit business there, what's going to be the difference between this new development and the development that is where Kohl's is at right now with all the empty storefronts?
Renee, would you like to take that question?
Yes, I don't mind to. For whatever reason, I think it's just geography. I think that the people that we are talking with have looked at the other side of town, and they have looked at our side of town, and for whatever reason, our side of town is where they want to be located. That I don't know if it's the growth in Lawrenceburg, or if they feel like that, for example, the people in Versailles, this is what I've been told by different retailers, that they feel like that the people that live in Versailles are going to drive to Lexington. That they're going to go that way instead of possibly coming to Parkside or, whatever is on the east side of town. So they feel like that instead of driving into Louisville, that you can pull from Shelbyville and Lawrenceburg and a bigger demographic area on that side of town, on our side of town, on the west side. So that is what I've been told, if that answers your question, sir.
It does, thank you.
And Squire Tracy, if I could add one thing to that, I think it's important to know that from a community development standpoint, as everyone I think here on the call knows, the retail demographic is shifting post-COVID. And I believe what you're seeing at Parkside is an equalization, because you have certain retailers that have gone out of Parkside that no longer are operating in brick and mortar stores. And so you're looking at it's going to take 18 to 24 months for equalization of that retail in general. I believe we are in this equalization, if you will. And so, I don't think you're going to see that long term, because it's equalizing and it's going to level out. And I believe that Parkside will fill up, because I think, some of the stores that were out there, they're just not doing brick and mortar anymore. And different people are doing brick and mortar and others, and they're adjusting their business models. And so I don't think Frankfurt is unique in that. If you look at most of the shopping centers, you're seeing a shift in that. And I think that's where we are. But yet you have corporations that are spending, $5 billion in the United States to open new stores of certain types, nationwide. And so we're in that shift. There is demand. And that's my opinion on that. I don't know if Casey wants to add anything more to that.
Yeah, I would just say it's also worth noting there really is no more room at Parkside for anything that's anywhere even close to what we would consider a big box footprint. The empty storefronts that you see at Parkside are much smaller footprints, probably between 2,500 and probably no more than about 10,000 square feet at the most. A lot of the major tenants that are being targeted for this development would be much larger footprint. And if they wanted to go in at Parkside, there wouldn't even be anywhere for them to go. So it really is just a way to attract bigger footprint anchor tenants that will, actually draw people from surrounding communities as well, like Dick's has done at Parkside.
Right.
And when you look at where, your Lowe's and your Walmart, if you look at kind of how shopping centers fill out, you do see those two anchors drawing in other boxes as well.
If this passes, when could we expect to see shovels in the ground per se? Is it going to be 5 years, 6 years, 10 years? When could we expect to see some construction?
I think Jim Parsons noted that the documents require a majority or a substantial completion of the project within 6 years, or the agreement could be altered. It's also worth noting that the time frame for the incentive is no more than 20 years after it's activated. So the developer has every incentive to get going as quickly as possible. I think they've done a lot of groundwork to get ready to go as soon as possible. Also, I know they have been in conversations with potential tenants, but just need to get past this hurdle before anything gets inked or really any major shovels get put in the ground. But I think you could expect to see some of that happen this summer.
Just last question, obviously TIFs are to address or to help address public infrastructure costs. There was an article printed on April 16th in the State Journal that public infrastructure for the project includes a private entrance. Was that a misprint or was that accurate?
That is a misprint. There is no private entrance. I mean, all those are going to be public roads. So that is not accurate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Squire Sebastian.
No, thank you, Judge. And want to thank everyone for being on. I'm going to have kind of two lines of questioning. Some are specific to the document. So whomever is most appropriately suited to respond to those. And then I'll just have some general questions at the end, and my colleagues have done a fantastic job of checking some of them off my list, which is a great thing. So I'm going to go to page 6 of the document and item 12, where it discusses the financing plan. And I'm not sure who can speak to this clause regarding the lack of inclusion of the county, which is, as we know, is being approached as a full contributing partner, but excluded in any role for amending the financing plan.
Mr. Parsons, are you going to address that as the author of the agreement?
Yeah, I can take a look at the financing plans in section 10.
I'm sorry, it just says on, I'm looking on page 6 and item 12, it discusses financing plan.
The financing plan.
Yes, it's in the definitions section. I'm just trying to understand the distinction. It specifically references the city and the agency, but there's no reference of, I'm sorry.
Is the city the conduit for the TIF anyway? Is the city the conduit that all TIF monies would go through from
That's
the
correct.
county into the city?
Yeah, the county, and so that's why that's written that way. We can certainly, if you wanted to add the county on, but the city county on that, I would not have an issue with that. If you really look at the financing plan in section 10, except for the TIF increment you're pledging, all the financing for the project is coming from the private developer. So there isn't really except for the TIF increment you're pledging, there's really no additional public support relative to the financing plan.
Thank you. I think my question really revolved around having a seat at the table when those discussions, should there be changes in the financing plan that are discussed in section 10. Rather than recently the fiscal court is finding out information in the news media instead of hearing it from firsthand party sources. So I bring that up for that reason. Just hearing it firsthand and having a seat at the table, I think is a critical thing, but certainly that's up to the entire body. I just raise it for that issue. So thank you for addressing that. I look at item 15, which is continues on as a definition on page 6, and it talks about old revenue being referenced here for the calendar year 2021. When will we have an idea of the amounts of what that really will be, just to get our arms around what is being targeted when we say old revenue, just so we have some kind of fixed reference point for old revenue?
There's a reference in the local development agreement of what that's estimated to be. It's also estimated in, but it's actually the actual real estate taxes to the city and county for last year. And so you can, for this particular parcel, those could be pretty, I think there's some references in the documents of what those are estimated to be. But those, it's all we're talking about is actual real estate taxes you received in 2021.
Great, thank you. And I do appreciate you talking about the estimated references. And I'll get to the estimates because I do have a couple of questions about that. I'm still looking in this definition section, and that the only reason I'm just trying to clear this up so I understand what the definitions truly mean. In section 18, where it talks about project, oh, I'm sorry, page section 4. I'm not sure why. I'm sorry. I have page 8. I had number 18. When I look at page 8, section 4, clause 7, where it talks about meet as needed, who will kind of trip the as needed? Will that be, you know, if one party says, hey, we need to pull a meeting together, can that trip the as needed if it's the county that feels like it needs a meeting, or a city? I mean, is there any kind of hierarchy, I guess, in who needs to meet so that we can all make sure that we are around the table? And you see where I'm driving, because I've asked 2 questions about this.
There's no specific hierarchy there. There wasn't a specific schedule because you may not need to have meetings on a regular basis, but any of the parties can actually request a meeting, or if the county feels it needs a meeting to discuss the project and where things stand, it would be within its rights to request that.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Further on in section 5, where it says meet as necessary. So again, it kind of gets to that. It's just as whoever determines that whatever trips as necessary for each of the parties, they'll all be available, whether it's electronically or whatever, to get into room, to be, afforded the opportunity to participate in the meetings, because
Those
this
are just
specifically
corollary-
references, I'm sorry, this
Now, those are just
specific.
corollary sections that relate to all the parties have the obligation to meet as needed.
Okay, the only reason I reference this is it specifically references two parties, not all. It references the city and the developer. I just raise it for that question, which gets back to the first question about the need to meet, because sometimes it includes the county as a meeting participant. Oftentimes it does not.
Because the reason it's not listed, the county's not listed there, is that that's your section. That's one
Yeah.
of your. So
It just says that it's a duty and responsibilities, but I'm presuming everything still stays the same. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. When I move into section 7, the cap, it was mentioned about the cap at 12 million. So let's say the cap of 12 million is reached in year 9. Will the breadth of the agreement remain in force for the additional 11 years, or because the threshold of 12 million has been reached, that will end the agreement?
It will effectively end the agreement. There wouldn't be any more revenues to pay out to the developer, and because the developer is the only entity operating within this boundary, there wouldn't be any other obligation to any other party. So it would effectively end the agreement, and any tax revenues generated thereafter would flow to the city and the county as they would have otherwise.
Sometimes, Squire, we have a provision in here that says once the specific costs are recovered, they other costs as approved by the parties could be reimbursed, but that's not how this is worded at this point.
I did not see that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, because I did see some of that in some other agreements. So thank you. That is very helpful. I do look at section 8, and in 1 and 2, and I'm not really sure who can speak to, I guess, the independent validity of the figures that we've seen in these reports. And I think if you recall, we've had these documents before us before, and I've asked about the validity and the veracity of some of the numbers, because we're seeing them, kind of on a piece of paper, and I just want to understand how the numbers were arrived at and the strength of the numbers, because we all know the economy is evolving right now.
Probably Casey could address that more clearly, but what these numbers reflect, quite frankly, are the report that's attached to the document that simply indicates from their modeling perspective and the estimated costs that have been presented by the developer for the capital investment. This is what this project could generate in actual tax revenues to not only the city, county, but other special districts, state, and everything else. The one thing I will point, so Casey can talk about his model, I will point out that there's a reference to 16.8 million and also to the $12 million capped amount. Those still have to be produced by the developer. So for instance, the developer, to get to that capped amount, there's 2 things have to occur. One, the project has to get built. I guess so there's 3 things actually. The developer has to prove that he's expended at least $12 million in capital investment that would be eligible for reimbursement. So even though we reference that there's an estimated cost of 16.8 million, if the developer only expends 9 million for the actual infrastructure cost, that's the cap that they can get reimbursed. And the third cap on that is the project has to generate the amount, enough increment to receive that. So just be aware of that. But Casey can talk to his model and how they put that together for the project.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy to touch on that. We looked at the market and just based on the types of tenants that are generally would go here in these types of storefronts, what they typically average in terms of employees per square foot and wages, based on sales and other metrics like that in this market, and then translate that to what that means in terms of tax revenue. Um, Maybe most importantly at the site, there will be what we call multiplier effects here that we expect to see in neighboring properties and elsewhere throughout the community as you increase employment. But it's also important to know that the only taxes that are eligible for reimbursement here are those generated for city and county property taxes and occupational taxes within this footprint. So we just estimated based on the types of stores that we expect to go here, and what they usually pay, how many employees they need, and whatnot. And we looked at it over a 20-year period. Obviously, if it builds out a little more slowly, that could change. If interest rates go through the roof, and inflation, or maybe interest rates isn't right. If interest rates are adjusted, things change. Inflation could go through the roof and change these numbers. There is no mechanism in the documents to increase this award at this time without having to come back before the city and the county to adjust for anything like that. So as Jim said, it's very self-policing, the TIF agreement itself. The taxes are limited to what's actually generated. The repayment is limited to what's actually spent by the developer. So it should have a lot of safety nets in there so that the city and county know exactly what they're getting and what they're participating. That 50% participation rate stays the same no matter how quickly the project builds out or develops. So you'll at least be getting half of whatever is generated there, even if those estimates turn out to be incorrect.
You just as you were responding, you talked about in this market. And when you say in this market, is it more along the lines of a population center like we have in Franklin County? Or is it more along the lines of communities that are developing along the interstate, which is typically one of the high development markets just in general, and certainly as you know in your business?
Well, I would say that the types of businesses would be based on more so on the location, but the wages and things of that nature would be more based on the Franklin County market. Obviously, just to look at the extreme, wages in somewhere like New York City on average would be much higher than somewhere like Franklin County. So, we look specifically at this market and what typical retail restaurant wages are and base our tax estimates on that. We wouldn't look at a national average for what a big box retailer pays. We look specifically at what they are most likely to pay in this market.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I do want to circle back to a stormwater question. I have a number of constituents that live on Old Lawrenceburg Road in area that is at the bottom of the hill. So all of this area would be in that, all of the area that is impacted directly and indirectly is in the area that I represent. And I've had a number of constituents reach out who are concerned about stormwater. They were already concerned about the stormwater in that area, but they see even with potentially the abatement lagoons and other things that are modeled in the plan, they remain concerned about the excessive amounts of stormwater. So if there is an uptick in that, how can it be circled back to this agreement? And in those conversations where we're talking about everybody being at the table, how can we circle back in that regard to try to put measures in place to abate that stormwater? Because I think we're all anticipating, I think we've had some questions about it today. So we are anticipating, anytime you develop and you pave over land that can absorb, the water's got to go somewhere. And I see in the plan that there are a number of lagoons. However, if there's a massive amounts of parking lot high-rise condos, big box stores that offers more ability for water to run off. So my constituents have voiced pretty prominently their concerns about stormwater runoff. So I would just like to make sure that we have the opportunity to come back to the table if we see that, and that the developer and everyone's ready to step in and do what needs to be done for those constituents.
I guess it'd be two parts of that, at the construction part and then after it's finished.
It's
I think that's what she's saying, that is that even with the design, it's not necessarily foolproof that it will
Right.
work 100%.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, this just for informational purpose is a tax pledge agreement. It does, it's not,
Sorry.
what I mean by that is, and I'm just explaining that this.
You're right.
Specifically in the documents themselves, in the development agreement, but even in this document, nothing, if you look at the development agreement, nothing, this doesn't allow the project to move forward at this point. It only is a tax pledge agreement if the project moves forward. There are specific references throughout the document that this document, as well as others, that any zoning, any other permitting requirements, anything like that the developer would have to comply with, and even for future compliance with future enforcement, those are still a requirement on the developer relative to that. So just make you aware of the fact that this doesn't allow the project to be built, that this project still has to comply with any local stormwater or state division of water rules, or things like that relative to that, or zoning and any other compliance.
And I only reference it because in the drawings and our attention, and I know I asked questions about stormwater the first time.
Right.
And I'll probably ask them all the way through, as you know, Ms. Fiedler.
Yes, and
I have asked that.
I want to give Renee and the team from McBrayer the opportunity to address that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Squire Sebastian, I'm going to be in town next week on Monday, or if that doesn't work for you, you tell me a time and what we can do, or anyone else that wants to be in a meeting about stormwater. And I can get Rob Dowler, who is president of H&B, and we can sit down and show you this. When I was young, I was in a major flood, and we lost everything we had, and I understand about flooding. And I promise you that we are going to do everything to make sure that does not happen. We do not want to do that. We want to be a good neighbor. I personally don't want to see anything like that happen, having experienced that as a child. And so we want to actually put every safety feature in to prevent that. And Rob Dowler can go over that with you and show you how that, that actually we're improving we're actually right now, nothing is stopping water from flowing down the drain between us and, like, say, the old Home Depot property. All the water from Walmart, all the water from Kroger and JCPenney's and all of that flows freely down there into your constituents area. We're going to hold back other people's water, which is going to greatly improve all of that. And then we are going to hold our own water. And so, I'm not an engineer, but we have addressed this with Rob Dowler, and I wish really that he was in this meeting today. But I can give you my phone number, or Penny can give you my phone number, any of you all, the judge, and you all can call me anytime if you want an update on the project, if you want how involved you want to be or not be. We want to be a good partner for the community, and we don't want to put any hardships on anyone. And so if there's a question, doesn't matter if you wake up at 10 o'clock at night and you say, hey, I have a question about this. You can reach out to me. I mean, seriously, you could
Seriously,
text
that's
me,
a good thing, because at 3 o'clock when I was reading this, that would have been.
Well, you know what? The funny thing is that I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning, so you could have called me and we would have had a nice chat. But I will meet with you anytime. Just give me a day's notice. I can get Rob Dowler to meet with you all and do a presentation so that everybody feels comfortable that we're going to do our due diligence.
I appreciate that more than you know, and I'll work through the conduit, Ms. Peevler, to get all this information, and then after the meeting, we can set something up. Thank you so much.
Penny, Pam is gonna contact you to help set up a facilitated meeting, okay?
I have just, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Squire
Okay, go ahead.
Sebastian, but I'm
Go
just
ahead.
saying seriously, there are people that call me at 10 o'clock at night about something. So feel free. Penny can give you my cell phone number and I have it with me 24/7. Feel free to call me, or if you want to meet with me on site and have me show you the site. And getting back to someone had a question about when would we break ground. We are ready to break ground as soon as possible. We want to do this. We are committed to this.
That's
Okay,
good. I
thank
appreciate
you.
that.
And we're gonna be in contact, see if we can't get a meeting set up as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
I just have just a couple other
Go
ones,
ahead.
Judge, and I'll try to get very quickly to them. I'm just wondering if the developer and the city discussed any other forms of financing for the project other than TIF, just
Not
wondering.
to my
that.
knowledge. I was asked to work on this as a strategic initiative, since it is an area of the city that has been zoned and has not developed and has development touching it on all sides. And so the request was made of the developer to the city. They contracted Commonwealth Economics to produce the economic impact report that you have before you. And that was the request that was made. And I simply was asked to help facilitate that on the staff side as a consultant. And the request was for this particular local development agreement. And then we came to request that you join us in that. So it is just simply a local development agreement. And that's the only incentive that was requested.
Okay, how many TIF projects is the city, I guess, involved in at this time?
Just the state TIF that we're both involved in for parcels B and C, and this one are the only ones that the city has at this time. And again, Casey can speak about this more eloquently than I, but as you well know, it's one of the economic development tools that developers can request. And that's, the way the process starts is a developer comes to the body and makes the request and provides the required documentation to show. And so these are the only ones that we have currently.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much for your patience and your indulgence today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Squire Blackburn,
I don't have any questions at this time.
Squire Muller.
Yeah, if I could ask maybe Casey a question, talking about the TIF or Mr. Parsons, when does the clock start as far as the 6-year build or the 20-year TIF? When does that actually time start?
The 6-year build for the clock to tick is from the date of the development agreement. So that clock is ticking right now. The 6-year, now the activation date of the TIF, that could be up to 4 years from the date of this agreement. And it really depends upon the developer and then working with the city and the parties as to when the best time to activate the TIF would be. But the developer under the development agreement has 6 years in the development agreement to complete the project.
Okay, so kind of piggybacking on Squire Sebastian's question. So does the county have any say of that TIF as far as when it takes off, or is it just city and developer?
Let me see how that's worded on that particular point on the activation date.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say from a practical standpoint, it's somewhat up to the developer to try to figure out when it makes sense for them to start that clock, as it will tie into their financing. They need to try to time that at the point in which it makes sense to start collecting and generating those tax revenues. So generally it's up to the developer to try to tie that in with their financing schedule.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I was trying to get my head around it. Thank
Mr.
you.
Parsons, I'm looking on page 14, section 11, and it talks about the activation date here being identified with written notice to the parties and not be more than 4 years from the effective date. And the effective date is to be May 1. That's how I'm reading it.
Yeah, that's correct. And it says, if you look, that is correct. So, but the development agreement, the 6-year window to do the project is tied to the date of the development agreement, not to the date of this agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Parsons, what is the next step? Let's hope, I think, but we'll see if the county passes this. Today is first reading, be a May 11th is the next meeting. From that point, what is the next step?
The next step for the city has to also give second reading to its ordinance. And so once those, that ordinance, assuming the city and county ordinance is adopted, I'll basically circulate an execution copy of the local development area agreement for execution by the parties. And then at least at that point, the TIF is in effect. So probably by the middle of May or so, depending upon schedules, assuming the document's approved, then the TIF will be in effect as of that date, effective May 1.
Even though it's not approved until May 11th or whatever, it goes back to May 1 as a starting point.
We have an effective date of the agreement. In reality, it doesn't, that's just an artificial date, Judge, because you don't have an activation at this point anyway. So
It's in there 6 times.
Okay.
I've already asked too many questions.
All right. Squire Muller?
This is hopefully my last question. When the Squire Tracy asked about the private entrance, and then when I'm looking on page C1, it says public infrastructure and it lists private entrance there. And I believe Renee said there was not a private entrance. So could somebody clarify that? And I believe it's in here a couple more times in this document.
And there is no private entrance. I don't know where that came from. All these are going to be, when we do these streets, the street that's going from US 127 over to Vandalay, from the gate there behind the Holiday Inn over to the farm, all of those are going to be city streets. We're going to, we're going to dedicate those back to the city. So this private entrance, I'm not sure who worded that or why somebody didn't pick that up, but there is no private entrance.
Okay.
All these are going to be. Yes,
Even
sir.
on the next page,
Yeah,
it says private entrance to the project. I mean, it's throughout this whole document. So maybe Mr. Parsons could comment on that. I just want to make sure what we're looking at is what we're talking about.
first of all, I just picked up what the developer described relative to that. So if that's an error, then we can get that corrected. So that's clear. Now, on the other point, from a legal standpoint, you can reimburse private infrastructure cost if you choose to do so. So there's nothing on the statute that prohibits that. You don't have to only reimburse public infrastructure cost as you would normally define it. So you can even reimburse actual private costs of the project itself. Now we are limiting the recovery here to infrastructure costs, but you can define what that infrastructure cost is. So if that reference that was not private entrance is not correct, we can correct that by the time you give the second reading of the ordinance on that.
If you don't mind, I think that would be better. The tighter we can make this document, I think the better off everybody would be, just so there's no, misunderstandings down the road, or if constituents ask about it. Thank you.
I think that may just be a terminology conflict with how the engineers worded it versus what they would normally see as a roadway or an entrance that's actually built and funded directly by a public source. I think that's just intended to be the entrance that would connect. Well, there really is only one entrance shown on the site plan, but off of Lawrenceburg Road there.
Okay, well,
I don't think there's any intent for that to include anything that would be key card access required or any type of anything else you might associate with the word private.
The only thing that I can think of is that, right now, that road is a private entrance currently behind. But it would become a city street. So I'm not the attorney, but I wonder if that, as Casey said, is a language issue, because right now there's a gate there that leads to Don Parsons, Mr. Don Parsons, the owner of the property, to that property that Renee represents for him. But there are two roadways shown, which would be city streets.
And it may be merely a labeling construct, but it is in
No,
here
it needs to be addressed. I agree
multiple
with you.
times. It is.
And I don't know if our team from McBrayer here, wants to address that in any way, Scott.
Yes, I believe that's simply just a mistype. And like Renee said, there are no private roads and they'll all be dedicated. So if we clean up that terminology, I think that'll take care of that issue.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
even
much.
just looking in our document, we label it the property entrance. So it may just be as simple as a typo that got auto corrected in one of these documents. So there's no intent for anything with key card
So-
access or anything like that.
I'm glad
Tracy,
you
if
brought
all
that up.
would- If you all would, Scott, if you all would make this correction, get the document to Penny, and we'll get
To
it
Mr.
back out to the
Parsons.
court for our May 11th meeting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
all
you.
very much.
Thank you.
And this is first reading tonight, and the vote will be on our May 11th meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to do a little switching here. We have some people here, and the way things are moving, I'm going to move up item 12, authorization to advertise a request for proposed RFP for the creation of a sports commission. Mr. Hewitt, I bring you on, and we do have Mark Stone and Robin Antonucci here to answer any questions. I know that part of this has been talked about transient room tax, and they'll be here to answer that. And I also have something that I want to bring up with that in mind. But this request came from the park committee to bring this up. So let's have a discussion. And the item is called request for a creation of a sports commission. The intent from what my hearing of what came from the Lakeview Park Board was to help find ways that the park could be paid for. With it seemed to be going one, do those sports commission and a feasibility study, are they the same? Well, this is all new. Squire Tracy, Squire Muller, and myself are not experts at this type of process. And so I made a call yesterday to Jana Clark. I think you know Jana. Jana is the person from E-Town that handles this, kind of runs the facility there. And I ran it across her what our intent is and what we're asking for. And she quickly said, "You're not asking for the right thing." She said, "You need to ask for a consultant to do a feasibility study of your park, of your new facility. With that feasibility study, that then there would be a financial piece to it. The Sports Authority comes later. It's not part of it. I'm bringing that up. I thought it was interesting that she said that's what to do. She does run E-Town's facility, and said that we're kind of convoluting two different aspects into one, and we should separate them. Can you give credence to who Jana is?
Jana Clark is the executive director of the E-Town Complex. She was formerly with Elizabethtown Tourist Commission, but has been in this role as director of the sports complex for 3 or 4 years, I think. Maybe longer, I'm not sure how long.
Okay. Now that, I'm just going by what was said in the committee, Squire Tracy.
By chance, did either of you all or anybody reach out to the McCracken County Sports Commission to see how they were doing?
Did not. Because I was given Jana's name because she's actually running it. According to my knowledge, Paducah is setting theirs up. This is one that was already in place. I don't.
McCracken County Sports Commission's already set up. It's already rolling. It's already got revenue stream coming in.
I know, but they haven't built their facility.
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah. I mean, I can't imagine what they're going to do. I mean, just the convention center alone brought in $33 million over like 2 years.
Yeah.
So the revenue stream that they have tied to that, I think, has brought in close to 2 million from everything that I can dig up and find. So
I'm just bringing it up for discussion, and they are here to answer it because I know that transient room tax has been part of this discussion. Squire Blackley.
So she was recommending that a feasibility study be done for the park?
That you send an RFP for a consultant to do a feasibility study.
Okay. I know on the initial contract of the consultants that we hired, there was a part of the contract in place that said finding a way to finance it. And I know feasibility was part of the deal in their proposal. And we had already voted to have that in there. And I guess that's what brings us to where we're at today. That was in there and then taken out, which has caused us to be in a position to where we have to figure this out again. So I think the best course of action would be to call more than one person to help us. I mean, we had this in place and then it was taken away. So
no, let me emphasize to the court. So, because I keep hearing that, and this is Rick Sparks to make it on the record, it wasn't taken away. It was improperly presented on a matter that couldn't be considered at a time that it wasn't appropriate to consider it. This is the way you all should have considered it, and you're doing it exactly the right way now. It was for feasibility now. This is the exact way it should have been done to begin with. It was not taken away.
Okay.
Okay, just want to be clear.
Well,
I've heard that a couple of times, y'all, and for some reason it keeps coming up. It was
well,
removed.
I know the other communities that have done this, that have done the exact same thing, did it that way and it worked. So if this is the right way, I want to do it the right way, Rick. So
This is an absolutely perfect way to do it. You all are right on schedule. This is exactly the way it should have been done to begin with. I can't speak for everybody else. You've got a great plan for feasibility, economic study, et cetera, but please remove the phrase "it was taken away." I stopped it because it was improper. I said I was going to stop it repeatedly, and I did. It was improper. The court couldn't consider it. It was 3 lines worth, and it was in the wrong phrasing. This is the proper way to present it. You're doing exactly right. Exactly right.
Squire Tracy.
Thanks, Judge. Yesterday, I put just a conservative estimate together, and this basically would like mimic how McCracken County does it. 52 weeks a year. Let's say there's 30 weekends booked, 2-night stays. I estimated 1,300 rooms. That's 78,000 overnight stays at an average room rate of $130 is what I use. Pretty conservative. That's equivalent to $10,140,000 spent at our local hotels with a potential revenue stream of $304,200 if we were to mimic McCracken County. That doesn't include trips and money spent at small businesses, Walmart, Kroger, gas stations, etc. That's money coming into our community, not money off the backs of our working residents that live in our community. That's a conservative estimate.
And that's actually the kind of stuff we need to hear from a consultant or whomever we get to do that officially.
Yeah, hey, again.
And I'm sure that you know how tourism does that. The dollar for.
Right, I think,
for
yeah, I mean, these estimates are close to accurate with that level of occupancy and all that.
Thank you so much.
How many hotel rooms do we have in our community?
We have 864 in the city and county, the total area. There's about 260 or 70 in the county, the balance in the city, not counting short-term rentals, just,
Right.
brick and mortar is easier right at this moment.
Would you think close to 100 Airbnbs?
There's 60 active
60,
right
70?
now.
Okay. So pretty close.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It seems to me, you have maybe two things. We have to figure out how to pay for the building that was talked about in the master plan. And then how to pay for the ongoing marketing and operations and I guess maintenance of the building and whatever other components. And I think we're here to say, we've been following this. We're very interested. Sports tourism, of course, is important to us. So we want to, come to the table and help you however we can provide information. In terms of your contractual stuff, I don't know that I know all the details, but I think we have to figure out how to pay for the building.
Yeah,
I
thought that's what
the
we're
longer
what we're
term,
doing.
right?
As the county attorney said, we're going in the right direction. So we'll get there. We'll get there.
Squire Mullins.
Judge, was Robert gonna make a presentation or something, or did?
Well,
he have any
Robert's
force?
on.
Okay.
So here.
I wasn't sure if he dug into it. Or...
As you know, the committee said Robert is the only staff person we've got that could do an RFP. I think Robert needs to know the direction to the best he can to write an RFP for what is wanted. So the question that we would have to define here is, are we wanting a sports authority to run this facility already when we don't have a facility? Or are we trying to figure out a feasibility plan on how to pay, what it's going to cost and how it's going to get paid for? That's really the question to me.
I guess
a feasibility study.
Yeah, I was gonna maybe ask our county attorney, Rick, what are your thoughts on this?
I think there are two components wrapped up into one. And the reason I say that, if you're doing a feasibility and economic study that's going to try to identify what sources and what materials may be available for the implementation of this in its various forms, the mechanism that they identify will be recovered in that feasibility. The feasibility, and that goes back to the beginning, that covers everything all at one time. How it's implemented is going to be contained inside of that feasibility study. You can't, it's going to be contained inside of your feasibility idea on how to create those things, but you're not going to be able to identify what those things are until you have a group of them looking at all of the options and then allow you to pick the best option. So I think it's sort of an onion, you've got to go piece by piece, but the feasibility study is the onion that's going to cover all of it at one time, at least in my mind.
Well, that's actually exactly what this expert who's running the E-Town said. He said, you're convoluting two different aspects, trying to put them into one. You need to separate them out. First thing first. But, I know you all, I know where you are. I've heard you, so I'm just trying to.
My 2 cents
get
would
to the right point, however we get there.
I'd ask the court to consider an overall feasibility study by an economics group who can identify those things and pick the most appropriate solution to keep this thing moving forward. And that's what I've heard from the group, not only the body, but the court now in terms of keeping it in motion and moving it forward. So then you can identify what are those portions of the master plan you're gonna pick.
Okay, Squire Muller, to answer your question? Rick, answer what?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, so I think what we're voting on is just for us to have the ability, maybe as the park committee and Robert and whoever, to move forward with this. Is that correct?
Well, it'd be the fiscal courts, not the park committee. It'd be
Right.
The fiscal court to move forward with
Right.
a, and I don't know
An
what your
RFP.
verbiage is. My verbiage would be
Right,
a consultant to do to send an RFP for a consultant to give us a feasibility study plan to move forward with the project. Squire Tracy?
Robert, are you on the phone? Can you touch on what you've got brought up? Obviously, you've referenced back to the master plan that was approved by the court. Can you, for me, I look at this is the next step, as the county attorney said, we've already got here, we've got a great plan. This was a recommendation in the master plan, as you've got stated or listed on here, page 69, page 60 or 70. Would you touch on this for a second? How we got here?
And Charlie too, because both of them have been working on this.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Charlie, I didn't know you were working on this.
Yes, sir, Squire. So when the Parks Committee requested that I bring this to the fiscal court, I researched back through the master plan specific to the language relating to a sports commission or a sports authority. And I advised the committee at that time that I would start to research those because, a lot of information came out that last committee meeting. So I did go to the National Association of Sports Commissions and read through their literature and found out there are, actually 3 different ways that you can form an authority or a commission. One of them happens to be an independent corporation that would come in and do it. And I believe that's exactly what McCracken County has done. And I believe that McCracken County brought in that firm, I guess, prior to one of the phases of construction to help oversee it and things of that nature. So I thought, well, from the direction of the park committee, it was my understanding that this proposal would be for that independent corporation to see what they could bring to the table, because just issuing the RFP does not commit the county to anything. It just lets us know what's out there. According to the National Sports Commission, the other 2 options, it could be, for instance, part of the Tourism Commission, could be like a committee there or entity there, or also it could be actually one of our government agencies. So there's options there available, but what I heard from the park committee was, let's see what the professionals say and let's see what's out there. I believe McCracken County's firm they selected, I think, is based out of Florida. So there are companies out there that do it, and perhaps at least having a conversation with them prior to any construction is a smart thing to do. It lets you know, how far you should go and what you should anticipate. And I think their expertise and what would draw the most people and revenue for this community, that's what they do. And so, but I do agree.
Robert?
Yes, sir.
Robert, McCracken County is way ahead of us. They have a building in place. They are building more facilities. So we have 0 buildings. We don't have a facility other than what we have 4 softball fields, basically, and a couple soccer fields. So we don't have, and those are already booked for a year. We don't have what McCracken County has. They have a convention center that they turned over as an indoor facility. So with that, would you not think that they're kind of steps ahead of us?
I think so, because of the building. I don't know, the wording as came up in the last presentation, can be interpreted in different ways, but from, you know, you've got a plan and you've laid out the dream, so to speak, you know, and now you need an implementation strategy, which includes, you know, what you do first and how you pay for it, what you do second. And I know they did lay that out in the master plan that you have, but probably it's,
Generally.
yeah, maybe kind of high level, I presume. So, you know, whether you call it a feasibility, I think the content of the RFP that you issue is what's important, laying out, you know, the different things that you need answers to move forward with the project.
Thank you, Robin. That was my point exactly. You want an overview of how to implement it and then select what can be implemented accordingly.
Questions? Squire Tracy, are you okay with that thought?
I'm ready to vote on the item. Like I said, we all know why we don't have a building, so you don't have to beat that in the ground. But if we continue to sit back and wait, there's gonna be another community that does it. You know, Knox County, they just announced they're gonna do one. I mean, why not us?
Well, okay.
You know, I mean,
we're working on it. We're working on it.
More time.
Well, I can't do it this moment, but give us time to vote on it. We got 20 other items. We'll get to it. Squire Sebastian.
Just a question, will we need to, and this is probably for our counselor, will we need to change the wording of this agenda item? Authorization to advertise or RFP for
Sports authorities.
Feasibility study, to hire a consultant for a feasibility study rather than the way it's listed now for a sports commission, sir?
What'd you say, Canberra?
Well, when he was speaking, here's what I wrote down. Squire Sebastian was for a consultant to perform a feasibility study to.
I did the same thing. I
Yeah,
wrote the
an
same thing, but I'm
economic
just
study
trying to make
identify,
sure I
so,
understand
yeah,
that that's
We do need guidance on that.
right. I was just trying to get at that. Thank you.
That has been, pardon me. That has been my understanding of what the court and the committee wanted to do from day one. Nothing in at least my perspective has changed in that regard in any form or fashion. It's just continuing down the same road that was started these many months ago. This is just the next toll booth that we have to cross. No different.
So how would you all like the wording to read?
Squire Sebastian said she agreed with you.
I mean, that's what I wrote down.
Rick,
I'm just trying to make sure I understand it.
Rick, let Tamara read
That's
you
why I
this, what she's written and see if you concur. Rick, go
Yes,
ahead.
sir.
Authorization to advertise a request for proposals for a consultant to perform a feasibility study to do an economic study. And that's as far as I got, like, so it doesn't make sense. So are we stopping at feasibility study, or does it need to include?
I think you could just do feasibility study, couldn't you?
You could do feasibility study to address the economics, to do the sports authority, you know, wrap it all in there at one time. Again, it to me, it's all just wrapped up in one thing.
Well, so we're trying to can you help us with the verbiage?
Or perhaps we can,
See how it goes.
perhaps,
You don't want to restrict yourself. I really, really don't. I'm not.
We're not trying to. Go ahead, Sebastian.
all I was gonna say is, you know, we have other items to get to, perhaps during the break in between our work session and when we actually come to a voting session, we can kind of nail down the specifics of the wording. So it sounds like it may take just a moment or two to have that conversation with the council, just to make sure we're
All right,
on the right
Rick, I ask
page.
that you, Charlie, Robert, be thinking about some verbiage to use for a feasibility study, financial plan.
Yes, sir.
To move forward, okay?
Hey,
Come back to that in a few minutes.
Robert, I would just add, you went to McGracken County, and I think that's a great thing to be looking at. So if you could keep that in mind when you all are kind of writing something, I think that's the avenue we're heading. It's just getting all the verbiage together.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, we have someone here, so we're going to move two items up. And Mr. Pelosi, I'd ask that you come on, Mr. Pelosi, if you're there. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Mr. Pelosi, are you on? Let's see if we can get him. If not, we'll have to hold up. Well, I think it's
That's gonna be the,
14 and 15. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sorry, Judge, I'm here. I lost my Zoom controls, but I'm
Okay,
here.
okay. We have Mr. Codell here and you now, Mr. Pelosi. We'll go to item 14. Item 14 is authorization to award a contract for architectural design and engineering services for the construction of a building for the Franklin County Road Department at 100 Lewis Ferry Road. Robert, John, you on too? John Mitchell?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, all right. We have construction management and architectural design. So we have both of them on, one in person and one on the Zoom. And let's start with architectural design. And Mr. Pelosi, welcome. Your firm was the firm that was approved from the road department committee. And Mr. Pelosi, if you don't mind, kind of give us a really brief background of your firm and give a 30,000 foot overview of what you see with this project.
Thanks, Judge. We're OHM Advisors. We're a multidisciplinary architecture, engineering, and planning firm based out of Livonia, Michigan. We've got about 600 employees. I've been with the company for almost 9 years now. When I relocated to Frankfurt, when I came back to Frankfurt back in 2019, I started doing some work here and wanting to establish an office for OHM here in Kentucky. We've since opened up an office in Louisville where we've got about 8 employees, and looking to open an office in Frankfurt. I've got some space I'm going to be occupying starting June 1. So we'll have a local presence here. We provide a range of architecture and engineering to both public and private sector clients. And we're really excited to be partnered with Franklin County on this new project for the road department. It's a much needed facility. We've gone through the RFQ process and interviews with the road department committee and gotten pretty good understanding of what they're looking to do. So our scope of work is going to be starting with looking at kind of a master plan for the entire facility, including this new building and administrative office space, new mechanic garage, vehicle storage, but also the remainder of the site that's got salt storage, material storage, possible fueling station, and circulation, and just improvements to the whole facility. And then our detailed design services and the first phase of construction will be likely a 10 to 12,000 square foot new building. They'll have at least 4 double bays with overhead doors on either side of the building, with mechanic lifts, and just a much more modern facility that will serve the needs of the road department for years to come. The current facility is well beyond its functional life, and it's definitely time for an overhaul down there. And then we're looking at so we'll have about 7,000 to 9,000 square feet of garage space we're expecting, and then about 3,000 to 5,000 square feet of finished office space that could include, new break room and administrative offices, storage, meeting spaces, et cetera. So that's the gist of the project, and I'd be glad to answer any questions or talk in more detail if you'd like.
Scar Tracy has a question.
Bobby, thanks for being with us this morning. Just to go back and touch on your all's flat rate per se. You know, I touched on that during the road committee meeting. And I broke it down, and I think you all were at 9.2%. And your fee is based off of a $4 million facility, but yet we're not sure it's gonna be a $4 million facility. Does that make sense? So
It does.
I guess, you know, and I called Squire Moore and asked him just to double check to make sure I wasn't thinking wrong. So I'm having a hard time seeing that flat fee based off of a total cost estimate, not knowing what the total cost is gonna be.
Well, Squire Tracy, I understand your question, and our intention was to present the fiscal court with a fixed fee so that you knew your cost going in. While we recognize that there is still work to be done to define what the final project looks like and what the ultimate scope ends up being and where the final cost comes in. So since we didn't know that, we did not start with a percentage of construction approach. We really looked at an estimate of what we expect our effort to be going through the master planning, programming, conceptual design stages, and then just general expectation of what the design effort would be for a building with the parameters that I outlaid of that size, pre-engineered metal building, 10 to 12,000 square feet, fully sprinkled, 3,000 to 5,000 square feet of conditioned space. We've done enough of these types of projects to have a really good understanding of the amount of effort that it takes from architectural standpoint, mechanical, electrical, plumbing design, structural engineering, civil engineering, all the things that go into preparing construction documents and delivering a project with a construction manager for a government agency. So, you know, if if the project budget changes, you know, our fee is built with flexibility in the design to allow for revisions in the early stages based on construction cost estimating that'll be done by Codell as the construction manager. So we'll have opportunities for value engineering and scope revisions to keep the project in line with the county's budget expectations.
Thank you.
Okay, Squire Mullin?
Thank you, Judge. Just, I guess, to the Mr. Pelosi, thank you for being on here. Design fee. So just so the people watching, what will this include at the end of your design? Will it be construction documents, everything turnkey so we can go, or is this just overview, layout, site plan, stuff like that?
This fee goes from concept development all the way through the completion of construction, including our construction and administration phases while the project is being built. That's, you know, site visits while the work is going on, inspections, pay application, certification, you know, coordination with the contractors, yeah, beginning to end.
It's a whole shooting match.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I guess thank you. And then maybe if I could ask the road department crew how the whole process went, because I know there was more than one, you know, applicant as far as wanting to do this project. Just curious how that whole process went. Either maybe Squire Moore, the judge, Squire Tracy.
I don't mind to tell you at all how this group rose to the top. There were 4 originally, that went to 3. All 3 of them, I think, were capable. All 3 of them had past history of good work. There was 2 that I liked, but the one thing that separated him, and I think Judge Wells even agreed, was the fact that he went down and put his eyes on the site and told us about the site during his presentation.
And he's gonna have an office in front of him.
So,
okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's what's up.
Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge, and thanks everyone for being on. Mr. Pelosi, my extreme condolences to you. I have a question about, and I noted in the document here that the inclusion of administrative offices was referenced several times. Who can speak to the, I guess, the inclusion of administrative offices? Because as I understand it, and I've been in the office down there a variety of times. The office has been renovated. I think a little bit of maybe some efficiencies have been included there. That office has a basement. So I just want to understand the nature of including administrative offices in this. And I don't know if that goes to the committee. I guess really, it can't go to anybody else because they're responding to the request, right?
I can only speak for me. I asked the same question, obviously, with the facility that's going through the energy project. From what I understand, Mr. Pelosi's looking at it from a 30,000-foot view. If it makes sense to be in a new facility, he will bring that to us. If it doesn't make sense, it will not be brought to us. So.
All right, thank you. I wasn't sure.
Bobby, is that right? Is that not how?
Yes, that's right. And if, as we're going through the process, if that scope changes and the budget allows for the focus to shift to other types of facilities, we're certainly set up to be flexible in what the final product ends up being. If the county and the road department decide that they'd rather put the efforts towards different types of facilities rather than administrative offices, we can design that as well. So we were just, like I said, Sebastian, responding to what was in the RFP.
I don't want to speak for the whole committee, so you two can speak up if you feel a need.
I'm not sure what that means.
In regards to the questions that were asked and how I answered them in regards to the committee. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Pelosi? Squire Blackburn, I'm sorry.
Mr. Codell, where are you located out of?
Well, we're gonna get to him in just a second.
Okay, okay.
Well, I haven't got to him. He's the next one. I thought we'd go through Mr. Pelosi first, okay? Mr. Pelosi, kind of give us a brief overview of the time frame where you see this moving. Once this gets going, what's the next piece and the next piece and the next piece? And then obviously the most important question will be shovel in the dirt.
Yes, sir. We've outlined a preliminary schedule based on starting work on May 1. And that we spread our design efforts over a period of 6 months. Let me jump to my schedule here. So assuming a notice to proceed by May 1, we expect to be through with the conceptual design and programming stage, where we're defining the actual scope of the project by June 15th, so about 6 weeks. And then we'll have schematic design done a month later by middle of July. At that point, we will have documents to a sufficient standpoint where they can be passed along to the construction manager for the first pricing exercise, where he will be able to do a takeoff and give us a pretty good breakdown of anticipated construction costs. So we should have that information by middle of July. And then we'll make any revisions that may need necessary based on feedback from the county, whether that be the layout or the scope or the budget, whatever it may be. We'll start revisions and move into design development documents based on the approved schematics. We expect design development to be done by September 15th. That's the phase where you're really doing all your detailed engineering, designs, building systems, structural foundations, et cetera. And we're targeting a completion of construction documents to be ready to go to bid by the middle of October. October 15th, 2022 is what we put in the contract for CDs. The construction manager will handle all of the bidding. And we've also talked about something that's somewhat of a fast track construction delivery, where since we do have a construction manager on board, and recognizing the climate that we're in of building material pricing and availability, that we may be ordering a building package or starting site work, utility work, things that may precede completing the final design documents. So we could be looking at some early site work while the construction document phase is still going on. But, in all likelihood, we would expect that bidding period from finishing the construction documents in October to having all the trades bid out to be about a month long. So looking at possibly a November or December construction start. And then I think construction probably be about 9 months. And Jim can probably speak to that as well.
Okay, and we have Mr. Codell here. Mr. Codell's firm will be the construction management part of it. I'll let Squire Moore ask a question, then Jim will introduce you and let you give us an overview of the role of the construction manager. Squire Moore?
Yeah, Mr. Pelosi, I'm gonna circle back to Squire Tracy's first question. In the unlikelihood that the total price package comes in at 3 million, I didn't get a clear, or if it comes in fairness to your firm, if it comes in at 5 million, will your price change drastically to reflect that?
No, sir. Our proposal as a fixed fee is for the services that we render regardless. The only changes that would come before you all in regards to our fee would be for anything that you all request that we do in addition to what's beyond, above and beyond what we're proposing to do. So whether the building's 3 million or 5 million, our fee's not going to change.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have Jim Codell here. Welcome, Jim, and give us an overview of what the construction manager's role is in this process.
Sure thing. I'm Jim Codell, president of Codell Construction Company. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. We're located, 115-year-old company located in Winchester. As construction manager, it would be our job for 3 purposes for the county: budget control, schedule control, quality control. We would work with Bob and his folks and you all throughout the design phase, providing cost estimating services, value engineering, constructability, give a contractor's perspective during the design, make sure we know early on where this thing's going to come in. Then at some point in that design, what we would propose to do to this particular project, we're seeing 6 to 8 month delivery time on the pre-engineered buildings. So we would release an early package while Bob and them are doing their thing, and go on and bid the building out itself. So we're not standing around waiting on it for 6 or 8 months once it's designed. Before we do that, we're going to have a pretty daggone good idea of where this thing's going to come in. Make sure you all are comfortable with green lighting. Once we have that comfort level with our estimating staff and you all, then we'll go on and advertise the building package. Bob will complete his documents. We'll keep doing our thing, our estimating throughout the design. Once they complete the bidding documents, we put all the general requirements together, break the job into bid packages. There'll be the mill building package ought to be out, but you have mechanical, electrical, dirt work, painting, concrete, etc. Set it up where the county can save sales tax on all materials, do the direct purchase order. 40% of these jobs are materials, you can save 6% sales tax. 2.4% savings will facilitate that whole process. By packaging the job out, it saves the general contractor's markup on all the materials and all the subcontractors. I mean, it more than pays our fee, and it puts some money back in the county's pocket. Get the job bid out, come to the road committee or the court, ask for approval. We'll review the scope of everybody, make sure everything's covered, make sure everybody's comfortable, come back and make recommendations to the court for approval of the bids. Once we get court approval, we will write contracts between all the entities in the fiscal court and then administer those contracts throughout the construction phase. Full-time on-site representation for 3 purposes. Make sure what Bob expects and the taxpayers get what they pay for, gets put in the ground. Drive the schedule and control the change orders, control the budget. We're not out there doing the work. We are boots on the ground every day, but we're representing the county. That makes sure the county gets a quality finished product to meet their budget and the time.
There's another piece, and Jim, you and Bob would be a big piece of it. There's the transparency and the communication part. The committee of Squire Tracy, Squire Moore, and myself, Robert Hewitt, the architect, Mr. Pelosi, and Jim, or whoever his representative is, this on-site representative, will be meeting on a monthly basis, update the project, at least on a monthly basis, sometimes more than that, to receive the payments, the bills, to go over where we are, to answer any questions, to talk about issues. So there will be a on-site meeting at least on a monthly basis, if not more.
Yeah, and we would welcome.
And that report would come back to the court. And that's where you all would come back at times and come back to the court and give a report.
And we welcome
and John Mitchell
site visits throughout construction. Everything's fully transparent. I mean, we've got project management software. Y'all can have access to it. Bob, every piece of paper touches a job, be on that website, be on the software. So if y'all want access to that, it's daily photos, daily reports. You know, my representatives calling Bob for questions that'll be documented, or if we're calling an electrician, say we need more help out here, everything's completely documented so that there's no questions and it's full transparency.
Yeah, and through this process, this is unique, as John Mitchell has clearly said, and we all know, this is building a new facility while the facility is being run on a daily basis. And it's not going to be easy. So John will be there working with Codell, the construction crew, the engineering firm, through this design phase, as well as implementation, the construction phase, to make sure that their operations, the issues that come up, that he can continue to operate in a fashion to serve our public.
Yeah, and we will represent John in running interference. We'll set up boundaries and make sure those boundaries aren't crossed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Codell, thanks for being here. I've heard nothing but good things about your company.
Thank you.
Want to ask the road committee, how many other companies, applied for this, and I guess what set Codell apart?
There were 4 and then one back down.
On construction.
On construction, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Construction management.
And then, Mr. Codell, just so everybody understands this, so your firm basically takes the county out of it on everyday RFPs, bidding. You all handle all that start to finish.
We handle that.
Okay.
Occasionally, we're gonna have questions, and Robert, we'll deal with
No,
Robert on that.
right. But the majority of it,
But
like the bid
RFI,
packages,
yeah.
all that stuff is you.
Sometimes RFI might go to Robert and say, hey, how do you want to key this building?
Right.
Those kinds of things.
Right.
Or John, actually it'd be to John Mitchell.
So, yes, we're the quarterback.
I just want everybody to understand
So
that
when
that's
we
what
need
your
something
firm
from
does.
Bob, we need something from sub, we need
Right.
something from supplier, we're the quarterback.
But the toughest thing in
Represent-
this world is dealing with subs, and that's what you do.
Well, today's world,
Other than materials.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody understands that's what the purpose of the company.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Site management safety.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Codell,
Mr. Codell just turned 80.
I
I'm
was gonna
Jim.
say.
Jim, I'm JW.
All right.
What are your estimates on the price increase right now on commercial building materials? I know I buy materials every day, more residential type stuff. Stud's gone up 275% in 3 years, 275%. So I know it's not like that across the board, but as far as commercial type materials, what have you seen?
Well, overall construction pricing has jumped to roughly 40%. So, and it's not getting better.
The interest rates.
Now, let me say this, lumber has ticked down a little bit. Steel seems to be settling down a little bit. The daggone mechanical electrical equipment's awful. I mean, it's awful.
Squire Blackburn, as a reference point, the Fire Station 10 that was built about 6-7 years ago, I believe the budget for that project was about 1.5 million, and we're looking at a similar facility in terms of size and scope, and we've been talking about a $4 million budget. So if that gives you any kind of frame of reference as to where construction pricing is today versus 5 or 6 years ago.
Thank you, Judge. I don't know if is Susan still on here. I guess my question for her will be, do you see any problems with pre-ordering buildings and things like that as far as from county financing? You know, how does that work? Because I know that's always been one of your points is, you know, we can't pay for something until it's done. So I'm just wanting to see what your thoughts are. And I understand where Mr. Codell's coming from and Mr. Pelosi, but just how on our end does that work?
It would be progress payments, and as long as you have a tangible, result, then it's perfectly reasonable. And, this project will be, we'll have debt issued on it. So there's controls there and, different benchmarks about when you provide funding and when you make draws, for your construction. So this is just, this is a practical way of doing business. And when we go to construct something, we have to, the government recognizes that we have to be practical as well with our vendors, so. we
Okay.
make it work.
Part of what Bob and his firm and we do is we verify work in place before it gets paid. We process the bills. So Bob's firm and our firm has to sign off on the bills. Then we take all the bills back. In-house CPA managed staff, they run the bills. But we'll check percentages, make sure that before the bill for the metal building comes in, that it's sitting on the ground, that's what's supposed to be. So we'll verify all that on the court's behalf.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? John Mitchell, do you have anything to say? Any insight? Or do you want to say anything?
I'm ready to get started. Let's go.
Sounds like everybody's
We are
chomping at the
too,
bit.
John. Yeah. All right.
Everybody.
Everybody else is too. Yep. Squire Blackburn.
On that agenda item, I know there's a typo in the abstract. I just caught it.
It is.
Uh,
It says the wrong thing. It says
But in the contract, it says the right number.
3,068. Yeah, I didn't.
But it's not a big deal as long as
Yeah,
we.
just the
get it right.
abstract's wrong. There's a
Robert?
big typo on the abstract.
Robert, can you make that amendment and send it back to me?
On the architectural fee,
Yes. The abstract states a different figure than the one that's in the body of the document.
I'll make the revision and send it.
Well, yeah.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
All right,
But it's
thanks.
small.
I'll make the correction. I'll send it
Thank
to the
you.
clerk.
All right. Anything else? Mr. Pelosi, God bless. Thoughts and prayers and on the other way, thank you for being here. We're looking forward to this. Mr. Codell, thank you. we're looking forward to this,
Vice versa.
as everyone has said, let's get it going. All right.
Vice versa. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
I
you,
was gonna
thank
say
you,
that.
thank
You
you.
all.
Thank you all.
All
right.
I worked with Gene back
Thank
in the
you. You're good.
nineties and
Yep.
See y'all.
Mr.
All right, take
Cook
care.
back in
Don't
the
forget
late
your cup.
90s.
I did a room dish.
My wife calls it my BFF.
I like that cup. You leave it here.
Yeah, I worked with Gene in the early. 90s.
Okay,
and Mr. Cook
let's
and
get caught up and go back to the next item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is authorization to a sponsorship of the Franklin County Fair in the amount of $10,000 scheduled to be held from July 19th to July 23rd, 2022. Do we have Mr. Zinner or Mr. Osterman on? It's Mr. Osterman. There's Mr. Zinner. Hey, Mr. Zinner. Good to see you.
How you guys doing?
Good, good. Thank you for bearing with us. Mr. Zinner, tell us how the, and there's Mr. Austin too. Welcome. Tell us how the fair could use this money and the need.
Well,
And I see
to
that you
begin
got
with,
Cincinnati Reds cap on, and then boy, they could use a lot more than $10,000. They need some help.
they need a whole lot of things, don't they?
They sure do.
But never give up. To get started, I apologize. I'm traveling through the great state of Oklahoma, and I had to log in virtually with you all. I wanted to be there, but with me is Brian Osterman. Brian, you want to introduce yourself?
You're on mute. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I got myself. Hi, I'm Brian Osterman. I'm the new president of the Franklin County Fair Board for this year. And thank you all for putting this on the agenda and talk to you today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being on. Just tell us how, I believe last year you got 10,000 and how you used it and how you can use it this year.
Yes, sir. So last year, we were very thankful that you all were able to help us out. It basically made a commitment from the community to help us pull off several kind of skeleton events that we would have normally pulled off on a very small scale. And it assisted us in getting our feet on the ground because we were in a pretty rough spot coming out of the pandemic financially because we had several fairs with attendance it was poor because of climate and weather, but attendance was down, and throughout the pandemic obviously we weren't able to actually have eventing. So the fact that you all invested in the fair last year was probably one of the primary reasons why we were able to help make it a success in the community. And I think we had a lot of good feedback, and we had record attendance within the last decade. Part of that was because of how much good weather we had. And I think part of it was because our citizens were really excited about just getting out and having some opportunities for fellowship and some fun in the evening with their children and families, and just a diverse group of events that, aren't really addressed in any of our other community eventing. So we were able to get a lot of folks involved. We had more people involved in our exhibit hall last year because we were able to financially support that. We had larger numbers in livestock exhibition, and our gates 2 or 3 nights were higher than they had been in over 10 years in terms of attendance. And our funds are not just exclusively used on the event itself, but they kind of trickle down into several other facets of the community. So for instance, a lot of volunteers or a lot of folks work with us to pull this off. Specifically, something like we have a church youth group that helps us do our gate. And generally we try and help them financially get to some mission trips that they have planned annually. And so it's just one small example. A lot of the folks that came and exhibited with us additionally benefited from your all support by allowing us to carry on our programming. We're actually asking Judge to see if you all will support us again because we're trying to expand our events that we offer during Fair Week and come up with some more things that our citizens can participate in and benefit from. And so that's why we're coming to you with a request to kind of help us out again so that we can continue to kind of get our fair back into the foothold that it had in its prominence 10 and 15 years ago in terms of the variety of eventing the events that we want to try and carry out. And so some of the things that we're bringing back to the table, or we hope to, and that your all support would go to financially, would be expanding to make sure we have our horse show back into operation, our pleasure horse show. We want to offer a kids night with events that are planned around families and have families come out and be involved, where young kids can actually participate in some activities, some things that are specific to them besides just the carnival. We're trying to increase some of our events that are based on, rural traditions. One thing that we're working on locking down is something we haven't done in a long time, but it involves a border collie demonstration and a dog trial, much like you might see dog trials throughout the U.S., but especially in England and Wales and some of the UK. So those are just a few examples that I can think of off the top of my head. Brian, can you remember any of the other things we're trying to find funding to try and support and expand on?
Well, in addition to that, with all the kids and everything that we have, I think it's very important to understand that, this year is going to be difficult for a lot of people, especially with fuel prices going up. They might not be able to make those trips to, places to do, to go out and have a weekend with their kids or something like that. So this is going to really help those people that can't afford to do that, maybe be a little bit more cost effective for them in the county, in the city, and bring people from probably neighboring counties as well. So I think that's a very important aspect. I know I've been a part of different fairs. I moved to Frankfurt about 4 years ago because I got a job at the state. I've been lived in Lincoln County, and Lincoln County has a very progressive fair, and I was part of that thing. And it's just always been the community and all the judges and the courts have always been very supportive of any fair across the state, and this really helps the community in the long run. And some things that we're thinking about are maybe some different contests that involved some cooking contests. We're thinking about actually having a barbecue cook-off on a night on a week, the Saturday, and just getting the community more involved and what a true county fair should be. And that's really all I got.
That's music to our ears in our community. Thank you for that statement, Brian. And by the way, welcome to Franklin County. We're glad you're living here in Franklin County.
Thank you. I'm enjoying it.
Okay, questions for Mr. Zinner, Mr. Osterman, Squire Tracy?
Mr. Zinner, Mr. Osterman, thank you both for being with us today. For one reason or another, we've had several groups come to us outside of our scheduled budget sessions. In the past, I know we've asked that we've given a commitment, but we've put the dollar amount in the upcoming budget. For example, like Bourbon on the Banks came to us and wanted a commitment. Today, are you asking for a commitment, and would it be okay with you guys to follow the same procedures that other entities, outside groups are doing, which is going through our budget cycle? That's in July. It should not affect, as long as you get a commitment, it shouldn't affect your funds in no way.
Yeah, I think we would be asking for a commitment for sure. And we appreciate that offer and opportunity to advance forward. Really, the biggest thing we get out of your all support, in addition to the finances, is just the fact that you guys really support the programming and the usage of Lakeview Park. And so for us, we've been really fortunate to have you all team up with us and support us and say, you know what, we know this is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page that, and Northcutt, are you on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if they become part of the process, and that they need their money really before, probably before July 1st. So if they send in a request, if this year we approve them for $10,000, that 10,000 could go, they could get that 10,000 before July first. If next year they become part of the process, because it would be budgeted, would they be able to get the 10,000 before July 1st if needed?
I believe that probably that process would have fiscal court approved to add them to the list of organizations that I've already submitted the reports for those that you'll be discussing next week, but to add them to that list, so you would actually be committing 10,000 for the current fair year, but then you would be committing another 10,000 for next year, so that they would be able to receive that before the new budget year started. Is that the question?
Yes, ma'am. That is the question.
I think that's what we would need to do, is during that discussion, you could ask to add them to that spreadsheet and report, and then they would become a regular entity that I would contact each year for the information that they need to provide.
Okay, no. Squire Sebastian?
Thank you, Judge. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us today. Last year when we were presented with this, we were able to use recovered COVID funds because the driving factor for the fair last year was the impact due to the pandemic. This year it is, adding some new programs and making an effort to get the fair board back on its feet. And I know I have spoken with some fair board members, and they, as I understood it, were indicating that this was somewhat of a point in time, not a continued request of the court. Perhaps that has changed. Is this going to be a continued standing request of the court? Because as I understood it from talking to some members or who approached me, that this was sort of a point in time due to cataclysmic effects that no one foresaw. I'm not sure who can address that between the two of you guys.
In other words, Mr. Zinner or Mr. Osterman, are you all, do you feel the need that we need to continue with this supplement to the fair?
I would speak on behalf of Brian with this question. I think the continued support would be extremely useful on our end, because over the years, when we were able to actually carry out a really large event program, we've always invested back into Lakeview Park with what our proceeds have been. So we've actually invested in some of the infrastructure at Lakeview Park, whether it was some of the electrical hookups or the pavilion, the show pavilions, or we're always willing to work with the park to try and help improve it. And I know that the park is in a major state of potential reorganization, but the support that you guys could team up with us on would allow us to continue to dream about how to make it in the park to help out the community as well. So I think it would be a great opportunity if you all were comfortable supporting us annually for some period of time, because I know that'll allow us to continue to dream bigger and invest in infrastructure and invest in the community's interest at large on a larger scale.
Okay. Sorry, Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Gentlemen, thank you for being on here. I guess my question is, did the fair make money last year?
Yeah, actually, I probably should have led with that. We were able to make money on our eventing last year, and we were able to try and put money into our actual operating account. So instead of being able to operate with virtually nothing, because that's where we started last year, it was pretty bleak. This is my 22nd year on the fair. We were able to actually save some money back, and so we can increase some of the things that we're committed to, or at least offer more programming. And I hope in the near future, since I remember a time where the fair board was actually able to make investments in infrastructure at the park, I hope that we're in that position again to be able to, not only invest in the park itself, but there was a time 15, 20 years ago when I first started the fair board where we would invest in community events because we could, or we would offer scholarships for fair board members, young people that are associated with the fair, and help plan. We haven't been able to do any of that stuff lately. And so while we did make money last year, Squire Mueller, we're still trying to, catch up to where that programming is what it should be in comparison to other fairs.
So have you all set goals for like this year of what you hope to hit?
As far as financially on a gate, we actually have created a budget. We're surprisingly and gratefully, we're very conservative, and we've always had a really good budget for all the eventing. And so all the people who work as chairman of different committees, they kind of submit a game plan for what their funding is going to have to look like. And initially, once we figure out what kind of funds we're going to need for event programming, we put that document together with an estimate on what we're hoping to have as a gate. Unlike some of the things, it's a little bit unlike some eventing, it's a little bit hard to interpret because you never know how weather is going to affect you as far as like inclement weather. Sometimes, we've been rained out to the point that nothing can happen for a night or two. And then all of a sudden we have commitments to different programming that we have to honor. And we sometimes come up shorthanded with it. So we do our best on estimating. And actually that's a document that we can share with you guys if you would need it at any given point, along with our committee chairs and our committee structure. Yeah, we've been pretty actively planning.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for all you do for the community. Thanks.
No problem. Thanks.
Right, Tracy?
Mr. Center, just one more quick question. After being approached and having multiple conversations with some of the board members, especially in regards to the motorsports arena and events, are you all still planning on trying to have more motorsports events, activities outside of the week of the fair? I know you have some that are concentrating on that. Is that going to happen?
It's been a conversation that we've had at some of our meetings. Over the last 4 months, we've been really tied down with working towards checking all of our boxes for the fair itself. But we would love to have like a fall motorsports event if we thought that it was something we could feasibly pull off. And in regard to Squire Mueller's question about our budget and our actual account and whether or not we were profitable, we were. And so that might give us some opportunities to try and expand, especially in motorsports, because those venues are pretty exclusive to our fair board in our community, I think. We would like to expand on some of that stuff, and it is being discussed. It's still a bit of a ground level discussion until we kind of get closer to the fair event and we can see what that looks like and see if that's something that we can actually entertain, which I think it will be. But yeah, it's in discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Osterman and Mr. Zinner, this will work. Okay, thank you, Susan.
I just want to clarify what the intent is for fiscal court. If it's to fund the fair board, well, I know you haven't voted yet, but assuming you're going to provide support for this schedule that's coming up in July, it does sound like that it would be expected that contribution be made in advance of preparation. So like you said, in June, which would be this fiscal year, I think that Mr. Zinner, just to clarify, I think the court would like to receive your all's financial reports, and Ann may reach out to you about what's typically provided by the nonprofits that make the request. Maybe we already have that on file, but your current financials, for your association. I know you're in good standing with Secretary of State, and that we would have that on record to show, our tangible efforts for good oversight for the money. But so is that what you all want to do? Or because we have an interlocal special events line, I believe we've included, and Squire Tracy Rose brought this up with focus on race relations for the Juneteenth, $5,000. We'll be charging that to that line item, and it wasn't budgeted. And if we pull in the 10 here, then I just need to know that we're going to be paying that this fiscal year. Clarify.
Yeah, so I'll rephrase that question. Do you need the $10,000 or part of the $10,000 before July 1st? Or can you receive that money after on or after July 1st? That's the
I
question
think-
for you all.
I think we could do either based on however your all's preference is or your ability to assist our programming. I think we could probably do either financially. Bottom line is we're just incredibly grateful that you're even considering helping the fair and helping continue to get it established on the level that it needs to be for our community members.
Okay, so if we put it in the budget, Susan, they could receive it before the fair started. Tamara just brought up that our July court meeting is not until the middle of the fair, so. they can
Right, and I
receive-
would recommend at this point that since we are going to be amending that line item for another special event, that we go ahead and, if you're going to fund it for this cycle, that we put it in this fiscal year. And then that helps relieve that 65-20-35 rule. Anytime we have a lot of expenditures up front, it kind of gets burdensome. So if we can go ahead and pay that out in June with the fair providing their financials and an invoice, for the intended purpose, then I think it would be a better way to do it put it in this fiscal year.
I agree. Okay, so, and Northcutt, I'm sorry but we want to make sure all our i's are dotted and t's are crossed. And Northcutt, would you be in touch, Mr. Osterman? I'm going to have Ann Northcutt get a hold of you since you're the president, and to clarify what is needed, and we'll put you on the agenda for approval of this money for a vote. And if it is approved, then with that proper documentation, we'll get you a check before July 1st.
Yes, we can do that.
I
Okay,
appreciate that, and I'll get with Anna. We will figure that out.
okay, all right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Mr. Zinner, be careful driving through that flat land there. I know you're looking at the farmland saying, oh my gosh, I'd like to have some flat land like that.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
It'd be different anyway.
I tell you what, I
Thank
didn't know
you,
you all
guys.
had. I didn't know you had such good ratings on Frankfurt Plant Board TV. I've had 4 people reach out and say that they're enjoying your meeting today. So job well done, and thank you all for letting us get with you on the
Okay.
agenda.
All right, thank you, guys. Be safe.
Bye.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for grant funds under the Federal Victims of Crime Act, or otherwise known as VOCA, through the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the Justice and Public Safety Cabinet. And Ann, I know you're on, you've handled this grant for a number of years, and I'm sure if you would just do a brief explanation of what the grant is and how the monies work through us.
Yes, and I'm so glad that Sky got to be part of our meeting this morning, because it, just reminds us all how fortunate we are to have a crime victims advocate working with our county attorney and Commonwealth attorney and managing the program in the quality program that she does. So this is the time of year when we apply for funding for next year. We always apply for the amount that we know we need to operate the program, and then we accept whatever amount Department of Justice provides us. And that's where we go from here, as we continue to have this really valuable program in Franklin County.
Okay. Questions for Ann? All right, thank you, Ann. Thank you. We'll move forward. Thank you. Thanks for working on that. And Ann, we've got another one here. I guess you might be a little bit part of this. This is authorization to approve a resolution for the submission of an application for the Second Chance Act grant with the Office of Juvenile Justice. And the serving as the recipient is the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation. Or will be serving as the subrecipient.
Yes, let me give a little bit of background, then I'll introduce Amy. Probably 6 weeks ago, the foundation submitted a request for funding with our other agencies or other nonprofits. So you will see that in the report that you go through for next week. They had requested $6,000, and that was for an additional third outreach coordinator for the high school to work with students who have that need. Since then, they've become aware that this grant program exists. It's a relatively new program. I believe it's only had awards last year. I believe was the first year of the awards. And they contacted the judge's office and asked if we would consider being the designee for this grant. It has to go through a unit of government. So I want to introduce Amy Snow as the director of the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation, and she has brought some folks with her, and she can do those introductions.
Okay. Hey, welcome, Amy. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to be included on today's agenda. With me today, I have Dale Robinson, our board attorney, Joe Bowman, our intern, Elizabeth Trebelhorn, and an advisory council member, Margaret O'Donnell. The Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation was founded in October of 2018. On our website, you will find 3 years of our annual reports, which detail our program and services to children and families in Franklin County, as well as our community partnerships. We have an incredible board. We submitted a packet of information today. Our board of directors and advisory council members are listed on page 2 of that packet. We run with volunteers. So our organization, all of our programs and services are facilitated through our board and advisory members. We have a special team of volunteers that are expertise in their own daily work, working with justice-involved families. Our programs, the volunteers that help facilitate those programs are law enforcement, social services, special ed directors, mental health providers. That's the type of skilled volunteers that we have. We do have 4 part-time contracted staff. We have a video visitation coordinator. We have 2 high school outreach coordinators, and we also have a contracted licensed counselor. Our board feels that we're in a position to go after a federal grant just based on the infrastructure that we have and the services that we provided over the past 3 years. We really do feel like we would be a strong contender in this application process. Briefly, I will highlight that the grant requires strategies that strengthen relationships between the incarcerated parent and their child, provide services that meet the needs of children with incarcerated parents. Wanda Joyce nails that. We have a plethora of programs that you can read about in our annual reports that show that we are currently doing that work. The grant also highlights counseling and education services to break the cycle of generational incarceration. Briefly, I will share on a weekly basis, we have over 150 elementary and middle school youth who attend an educational social emotional program that has been occurring in Franklin County since 2019. I don't know if any of you were able to watch a video that I shared, but you will have some educators that share about that program. We've also have our high school outreach program where our organization hires the part-time coordinators that would have a caseload of 20 high school youth each to provide that weekly mentorship. So we are seeing results of behavior decreasing in schools, of our high school youth having the confidence and the skills to be able to apply for work. Just last week, I have a high school young lady that this is her background. I mean, well, I'll just pause because I could talk forever, but I will tell you, both of her parents are incarcerated. Both of her parents are incarcerated. Just last week, she got a job. That would not have happened without the wraparound supports that our organization provides to not only her, but also to her grandparents who care for her. The grant requires that we develop services that support the incarcerated parents' continued involvement in their child's life, specifically with televisiting. We provide video visitation. We do that in 10 counties, and there are, we hire a part-time staff member to be able to meet weekly with children for those consistent weekly communications with their parents. Also, the grant actually mentions providing reading on tape programs for the incarcerated parent to be able to read to their child. Wanda Joyce has done that since 2019 with the partnership through our Paul Sawyer Public Library that provided grant funding to provide books. We had the tape recorder in the jail that pre-COVID, that was happening monthly, that those recordings were happening and we were able to mail those books and the recording out to the children. So, you know, what are our capabilities for the implementation of this grant? I'm certainly a leader among leaders with our board of directors and our advisory council. I did include our intern, Elizabeth Trebelhorn. She's a master's social work student through the University of Kentucky, and her professor would certainly provide guidance as we write this grant, peer reviews. Also, Elizabeth's background in 2015, she was Kentucky's disproportionate minority confinement grants reviewer through the Department of Juvenile Justice. And so she worked with OJJDP grants. So she has that type of expertise in her background. You know, our grant proposal would include 4 full-time staffing positions for our organization. We would have a director of programs. We would have a director of development. We would have a full-time social worker that would work out of the Franklin County Jail. And Jailer Bonta fully supports that. We are truly thankful for our relationship with him. It would also provide a full-time Amachi match specialist. Amachi is a national mentoring program specifically for children of the incarcerated. In November of 2018, we started a very great relationship with Amachi of Central Kentucky. We also obtained approval from their corporate office in Pennsylvania to start Amachi of Frankfurt. So our board had that type of vision 3.5 years ago. And so we've been waiting for the chance to be able to apply for this type of funding. We currently have 5 Amachi matches, mentoring matches, and those are supervised by the social workers on our board. They donate their time to supervise those matches. I'll tell you, as a co-founder of this organization, I accept full responsibility for all aspects of it. And the reason I'm willing to do that is because I believe that the reward far exceeds the risk involved. I mean, we're truly talking about breaking generational incarceration in our community and across the state of Kentucky. And it's happening. It's happening. Next week at our gala, we'll award 4 scholarships to 4 of our kids that we worked with for 3 years that are going to college. And we have a very expansive vision for that. You know, I feel like whatever safeguarding that we need to do to comply with the county, we are certainly willing to do that. I've spoken with our insurance agent and had some communication with Ann. We can do a full surety bond. Whatever we need to include in our insurance policy, we can do that. The grant can stay in the county's hands and you reimburse us on a quarterly basis. We have the asset, the financial ability to be able to pay a quarterly for this grant and to be reimbursed. We just need the opportunity. We need the opportunity to apply for it.
Okay, Ann and Susan, how are you asking for the grant to be, us to be the conduit for the monies, or just to be a conduit for the application?
Well, the closest thing that I can describe as the relationship we would have with this particular grant would be the relationship we have with Farmdale Sanitation District for the federal grants that we administer on their behalf. The county would be the grantee and the foundation would be the subrecipient. So as far as providing information for progress reports and performance measures report, that information would come from the foundation. The foundation would submit for financials, they would submit invoices which have been approved at one of their board meetings to the county. We would review those, and then we would submit to the Justice Department for reimbursement. And then the county would receive those funds and would issue a check to the foundation. So it would be a reimbursement, the same as the arrangement we have with Farmdale. I have nothing but admiration for the foundation and the goals and what they've been able to accomplish so far. It is a significant relationship to enter into between the county and a nonprofit with a federal grant program. But the requirement is that it has to go through a unit of government. So, you know, I don't know if Susan has anything she'd like to add.
Susan?
Thank you, Ann, for explaining that process. We would have a subrecipient agreement, and it would require continued oversight by staff going forward. But again, we, as Ann pointed out, we do this for other agencies as well. But yes, there would be a commitment by fiscal court for staff time and a tight agreement that would have to be abided by the agency, and then monitored on our side that was actually taking place.
We have experience in doing this, correct?
We have experience of doing this with a special purpose government entity, which is Farmdale Sanitation District. We don't have experience of doing this with a nonprofit.
You see, their attorney is on, Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman, do you see what do you have any concerns about this?
I don't have any concerns. In fact, I think it's a wonderful opportunity. I can't really state it much better than Amy Snow. I'm honored to be able to help out. I'm kind of the new person that's jumped in on this, but and Amy has sent me some emails and correspondence of, you know, concerns, valid concerns that were raised by this tribunal, and to, you know, use her phraseology, I think that certainly this government entity can bake in enough procedural safeguards to where we can take advantage of this wonderful opportunity.
County Attorney, Mr. Sparks.
Judge, I just wanted to let the court know that we've been vetting this here, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks while Ann's put it together and it got turned over to me. We've tried to address all of the insurance issues and specifically the oversight issues that the county's going to have to do. And from what I understand, although not technically implemented, the procedures are in place to implement it vis-a-vis the county obtaining it and reporting back all the activities that they occurred. So we've tried to anticipate to the extent that they can be made what we think will the county will have to require in terms of their oversight compliance. So we've just done everything we could to try to smooth those things out now.
Okay, Squire Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Amy, I want to thank you. Excuse me. I want to thank everybody that's on the call, your team, the volunteers. It's pretty amazing what you all are doing. I really enjoyed the video you sent us. I just want to read a couple of statistics just so anybody watching can hear. 145,000 children are affected by incarceration in Kentucky. Kentucky incarceration rate is double the national average. 12% of Kentucky children have a parent incarcerated, and 64% of incarcerated females are parents. So to me, that is just crazy statistics, but I appreciate your organization and what you're doing and that you came to the county for this partnership. So thank you to everybody involved.
Squire Sebastian.
Oh, thank you, Judge. And I also want to thank everyone for being on this call today. I have a couple of questions. One would be for the county staff in regard to administering this program. Typically when an organization, and you all know this, when when one entity has to perform those administrative tasks, there's a portion of the funds that come from the grant that flow for those administrative purposes. Will that occur as part of this grant, administrative fees? And is that capped at a specific amount? So as not to detract from the grant going to the purpose that it's intended.
It's my understanding, looking through the grant application, there are no administrative fees associated with this grant.
Okay, that way the money goes for the intent that it was, the intended intent, I think, the full amount. The second question would actually be for members of the organization in regard to having a plan in place for the continuation of these programs after the conclusion of the grant, because they appear to be very sizable in task and scope. And certainly when grant funding comes in, that's a wonderful thing to get this started. So just looking at what is the plan for continuation of these at the conclusion of the grant. And thank you in advance for your answer.
Absolutely. So one of the positions would be a director of development. So that
Right.
person would seek additional funding, sustainable funding. It's an exciting week for us. And we just believe that we can, that this is a stepping stone to just a huge level of engagement from our organization. And we believe that we can secure that funding from many different sources.
And one of the things in listening to this, and I think this different and actually would be easier for us to administer, would be that unlike Farmdale, they'll have someone that will be they have staff that can get that will have the application, go through the process and submit to us. As opposed to Farmdale, which has no staff, which means you got to do all of the background paperwork, and you're doing everything. I think this one will be a little easier for us as a whole to administer. And I think, and if I'm wrong, let me know that, but that's the way I see this.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Ann.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, I would just share, we are fully prepared to help with the entire writing of the application. We're also fully prepared to be able to provide all the documentation for the reporting. Elizabeth is experienced with the database. She also has contacts with our state Department of Juvenile Justice. We know the commissioner, so we feel solid.
Very good. And what?
I certainly appreciate the level of expertise that it looks like the foundation has in place, and in providing the narratives and the information needed for the reporting. I can set up within a portal like this the opportunity for someone to go in and enter the information. But as the county's grant administrator, all the financial reports would be submitted by me after our review. The treasurer and accounts payable and I would review those invoices. So we would be submitting all the financial reporting based on what's provided to us. And we would review any of the reports, and then I would ultimately submit those reports, because as with the county as grantee, I would feel responsible to do that.
Okay. Ms. O'Donnell, did I see your hand up? You're on mute. I'm sorry.
Yes, I would like to say something. I have been involved with Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation almost since its inception. I think that I've said this on numerous occasions, that a community is only as strong as its most vulnerable. And the fact that the other thing I want to say is anyone who knows me knows that I'm kind of a stickler for details, a stickler for people doing what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. and in just staying organized and on top of what they need to do to move something forward. And I have seen nothing in all the years I've been involved that makes me think that Amy Snow and the board will not rise 100% to this occasion. And, it will make Franklin County be something special in this state for having done this. So that's my pitch for this. And one other thing, for 3 years, I have been the inside control of all the finances. I get them monthly. I coordinate them. I sign off on them. I say, you're missing something here. So, that's not very scientific really, but it just shows that Amy cares about everything and being transparent. So I recommend this highly.
Thank you. Jake Bonner, you had your hand up first.
Yes.
Taylor?
Good morning, everybody. I just want to say that the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation has been a part of the jail since I've been here. Amy has a strong passion for this organization, and I've seen this work inside the jail. I've seen inmates change. I'm totally for it. So that's all I just wanted to add quickly. I've had 21 years of experience, and this Christmas was one of the most rewarding moments in my career to watch an inmate change in front of my eyes. Thank you.
Very, very compelling testimony, Jailer. Ms. O'Donnell, thank you for your words as well. Dale, would you like to say anything? Other than, hello, Dale, good to see you.
Hi, how everybody doing?
We're good. Welcome.
Well, I'm part of the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation. It was inspired by two of my boys, Wandale and Delvon Robinson. And I can't tell you how much this program is really going to help our kids in Franklin County. And I really think this all over the state, because I'm a firm believer, like if you grow up in a dysfunctional family, it creates dysfunctional kids and it creates a dysfunctional community. And the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation is the hope to that, like stops that dysfunctional kid so that we can actually help them grow and become the person that they was meant to become, and know that there's something different and outside of what their parents or their father have did, So I'm just grateful that, my kids had someone to step in while I was gone for 10 years. And now they have turned out to be very successful young men. So I really truly believe that this grant is really going to help us not just grow our kids, but also grow our community as well. So that's all I really got for it.
Well stated, my friend. Well stated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Dale, on another matter, you and Amy, if you'll talk with Amy about what we talked about at the prayer breakfast, and maybe Amy could get a hold of Tambra, and we'll make sure we get that done.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes, thank all of you all for coming in today. I just personally want to say, I've seen firsthand the work that Amy's done, even before the inception of this program, and what it's meant to the lives that she's affected. And I've seen firsthand how this program has affected students. Being a school teacher, I have these students in my classroom. When I toured the jail 3 years ago, the jailer at the time said, "Don't talk to any of them." And I said, "I won't say a word." And when I walked in, the first thing I heard was Blackburn, Blackburn. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm not supposed to talk to any of you all." And I got home and I looked at the roster of all the inmates, and there was over 320 at the time. And a number right around 29, 30 were former students that I had in my class. And it hit home for me. And I'm excited about this program because I've seen what Amy can do when she doesn't have resources. So to put resources into the hands of people that are doers, and it's not just a job for them, but it's a passion. I think we have an exceptional opportunity to change our community, like Dale said, and like Miss O'Donnell said, we're only as strong as our weakest citizens. So think this is a great time, and I'm glad that y'all found this and this opportunity for this grant funding, and I'm excited to see where y'all go. So thank you so much.
All right, any other questions? Any other questions? Amy, Mr. Donald, Mr. Bowman, Dale, all, and everyone else that, with the foundation that is on, thank you. God bless you for your work. God bless you for your work. We, this is the work session. We've probably got, I don't know how much longer to go, and then we'll go into a voting session. And at that point, we'll, Tamara will be in touch with you and Ann as well, and we'll hopefully get moving on this, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you all. God
Thank
bless
you.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, Ann, is you, and that is a resolution to support the transportation of non-public school students with Franklin County. This is an every year occurrence about this time.
Yes, it is. Now, the last year, we did not participate in the program because coming out of the pandemic, there weren't enough transportation costs that the school felt like they needed the participation. So we're back to asking the county to participate in this program through the state transportation cabinet. The estimate for this year is $22,690.24. So the way that works is the school district will submit an invoice and the county will pay that. Then we submit those documents to the transportation cabinet, and sometime during the summer we will receive back a percentage of that. The last few years we participated is very high percentage. In fact, one year I believe all the costs were covered, but it kind of depends on how many schools apply for the funding, and it's a certain amount that the state has set aside for this. But as the judge said, we've participated in this for a number of years, and so I'd like the court's direction to apply for participation again.
Any questions on that? Squire Moore, you usually speak up on that one?
Yeah, I'm all for it, Judge.
Okay. All right, anybody else, anything? All right, thank you, Annie. The next item on the agenda is authorized by you, Ann, is approve the CDBG specific procurement document request for the utility assistance grant awarded to Franklin County.
Okay, a little bit of background on this one. As the court's aware, we were awarded a CDBG CV for utility assistance. It's taken the administrating agencies a little while to go through all the documentation that they required from us. I submitted our procurement guidelines because ours are more stringent. And so, but the administrator felt like they still need this specific document connected to this particular grant. One of the things about it is there is no opportunity for procurement with this grant. It's being handled through agencies that the state has structured. So there is no procurement. And if there were procurement, even approving this one, we would still use our procurement guidelines as the more stringent. So this is just a matter of crossing T's and dotting I's for Department for Local Government. So we have everything in place to be able to access these funds.
Who will advertise that this grant's available?
I will send information to Wendy Schaus at Bluegrass Community Action Agency when we find out that the first amount of funds has been dispersed to the county, and then the structure of the grant will take place. And I will have Andrew also post that again. We've posted it a couple of times about the program. We'll post that it's available. And so folks will know that they can approach Community Action Agency with those needs.
And if we ever get an opportunity to discuss this means, I hope they'll speak up, because this is not it's a good intention through a bad process.
I think it has been a little frustrating. The word across the state was it wasn't being widely used, but after speaking to Ms. Schaus, she feels like that's because it's taking so long for the funding to become available that it isn't showing widespread use yet, but she still feels like it's very valuable to have that in place for Franklin County.
Well, obviously, yes, no question about that, if it's used. And that's the key, if it's used. All right, any questions for Ann on it? All right, thank you, Miss Annie, and I believe that takes care of your items.
does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is Miss Brittany. We've gone over this several times. I see Drew Skaggs on the Zoom. This is the fuel recovery fee proposal by Central Kentucky Hall. And Brittany, you want to talk about it? Then I'll ask Mr. Sparks to discuss it as well.
Sure. So based on our last meeting, there was a proposal to implement a $1.25 per residence fuel recovery fee on a monthly basis, effective March 2022. So basically that is $1.25 times the number of residences we have, which is about nearing 9,700 right now. So that times 125 would be the effective fuel recovery rate that would be added to our monthly bill.
And then Mr. Skaggs, Central Kentucky would submit that as part of your submittal. Brittany?
Yes, sir. I sent it, and
Okay.
as per your instructions, the court's instructions last time we met, we put together an addendum.
We can't hear you. Do you have a volume?
Let's see here.
Look, I'll be the prize wife tonight.
How's that? Can you hear me?
I don't think that's it, because we're hearing everybody else. All right, go ahead, Mr. Skaggs. You're on mute, but you're on mute. Drew, you're on mute.
Off here. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, well, barely, but go ahead.
As per your and the court's request last time we met was to produce an addendum to the contract, and that was produced. And it's in Mr. Sparks's hands, I believe. So that's where we stand. Is the addendum that we developed to the existing contract.
All right. Rick, Councilor Sparks, do you concur? You've agreed the addendum is okay?
It's okay if you all make it okay. I don't have that particular call today, but they did go back and formulate based on the court's request, the percent per household, et cetera. I just draw the court's attention to be very conscientious about the increased cost that this is going to rely or going to bring into or out of the coffers each and every year, and what that's going to end up costing. I've personally been checking out gas prices, et cetera, and I see it just kind of going up and down a little bit, but that's what they have requested as their fuel cost supplement, and came up with a sum certain. It's up to the court to decide, but the parameters are set forth. Just be aware of what that's going to cost you at the end of the day.
Brittany, and this would be through August 31st of 2023.
That's correct. That's when our current contract is up, our current contract period. So before that point, we would enter either renegotiations with CKY for an extension, or we would bid out for service.
Okay. And there is a piece about if diesel fuel goes down to what is that, $3? $3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Highly unlikely, but hopefully. All right.
And members of
Okay,
I'd like to throw this in there. This is a true addendum. It's a contract supplement with a separate term. So that's why that was phrased that way. This was not provided for in the original contract. So it does require a formal modification with that provision.
Muller.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Skaggs, could you refresh my memory about how many miles per month your trucks, I guess, drive in Franklin County? Because I remember most of our conversation was about mileage and gallons and things like that, and trying to come up with a formula. And then at the end, I think somebody threw up a per residence number. So I'm just trying to do some math.
Yeah, as far as total miles, each route is different every day. Our trucks leave out of Lexington, so the clock starts at that point when they hit the shop and get in the truck and head that way. But as I said, each day is different. As far as a total mileage,
Or what about gallons per month? Maybe that's what I was looking for.
gallons per month, as it reflects to Franklin County.
Correct.
Once again, that's a number that it's not a static number. It never is. You have to do some double backs, that type of thing. But you can roughly figure that each day starting from Lexington coming back, I'm going to say our truck's probably 90 to 100 miles a day, each one.
How many trucks you have going there?
We've got four.
Okay.
4 trucks going.
So you got 400 miles a day because you got 4 trucks going at one time?
Right, yeah, 4 trucks at one time, correct.
For Tracy?
Mr. Skaggs, is that, would that be 2 trash, 2 recycle?
Yeah, that includes everything, correct, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Carmel, you're doing some figuring. You got your calculator
I
out?
do, Judge, I do.
All right. Got an answer?
Not yet. I'm still knocking around here.
Okay, Squire Tracy?
Mr. Skaggs, I noticed that we're going off of the national retail price. Do you all not buy bulk rate or bulk diesel at a lower rate?
We do, but it's not a very low rate, I can tell you that.
Today's bulk rate is $4.55 a gallon.
Well,
and the national retail price is, with who I checked with, was $4.55 a gallon, and the national retail is $5.07.
well, I can tell you, we pay more than $4.55 based on that, but once again, it fluctuates daily. The last time I was here, we were discussing, it's really not a national, it's a Midwest #2 diesel retail price. Last time that I appeared before you all was the last number we had, which was February. And it was priced at $3.891 per gallon. The number came out first week of March at 4.912. So, we saw an effective increase of over $1 a gallon, February to March, according to the DOE's spreadsheet that they produce every month. And remember, we tried to figure out a way to do a fuel surcharge that floats every month depending on that price. And I don't want to put words in your mouths, but seemed like that was something that was not a route we wanted to go down, or at least it was extended to me that you all didn't really want to go down that route. For example, when we talked before you last time, all of our other customers, and I mean commercial customers, roll-off customers, front-end loader customers, we had a 19.46% fuel surcharge for that month. That has since gone up to 26.4% based upon the Midwest #2 DOE number.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
This is just some rough numbers here, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wanting to be fair as a business person here. But if you're 400 miles a day, your trucks probably roughly get 5 miles per gallon, correct?
About 4.5.
Okay, so roughly 80 gallons, and then times 20 days a month, it's 1,600 gallons. And if we did roughly $2 difference because of $3 to $5, I'm getting $3,200. So I'm trying to just be fair here, but I'm wanting to. What's that?
Per truck?
Well, 400 miles was for all 4 trucks, correct? It was 100 miles a day per
You
truck.
said 100 miles per truck, is that right?
I can get the exact number you all want. I mean,
What do you say?
That's what he said. That's.
I can't hear him
What is
now.
wrong? What is
It's on
wrong?
his end. Yeah, it's on his end.
I keep,
Yeah, okay,
We're advertising, yeah.
okay.
I'm pushing.
Yeah, because I can see it, Sherry, when you do in the
Yeah.
top left-hand corner.
Is he still talking?
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We were just trying to adjust the volume. I wasn't sure. I'm watching the machine. Sorry.
I think it's on my end, but it could very well be. I've
It
turned.
sounds like it's on your end.
Yeah, it's on his end, Judge. I can't hardly hear him either.
Okay.
There's Andrew.
You're
We heard you, Andrew.
That's right. All right, so you're saying, Michael, according to your figures, it's about $3,200 a month.
I mean, I'm, someone else can do some math with me. I'm just trying to be fair, looking out for Franklin County also.
Mhm.
Squire Blackburn, you're kind of a numbers guy. You beating that around with me?
So Drew, you're committed to about 100 miles per truck per day.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other thing that you're looking at here that we also have to look at is we are bringing some back to the transfer station, and that is also hauled 100 miles away, and we get charged for that, a recovery fee. Some of it goes to Benson Valley, some of it goes to Moorhead. It just depends. And Brittany will talk about this. I mean, we've got the cleanup happening. I think it's right now, and we've got roll-off trucks running over there each and every day. So the 100 miles a day per truck, that's just not a static number, because there's a lot of things that we do besides that. Whether it's the cleanup, whether it's bulk pickup, whether it's running back out to get some things. And we got to bring the recycling back to Lexington.
Square more.
Yeah, I don't see how you can come from Lexington and do your route and go back to Lexington on 100 miles. Plus, a lot of those trucks will fill up, have to go dump a time or two a day. Just sounds like 100 miles a day is very, very low to me.
And it could very well be. I'm not in charge of operations. I mean, I can get the number really quickly. As a matter of fact, right now I'll put it out.
Well, I want a concrete number so we know how much we're paying every month rather than fluctuating.
Well, it's not going to fluctuate, because I believe last time we had you came up with the idea of doing
settled on $1.25.
Yeah. So it's not going to fluctuate, and just so everybody's aware, at $1.25, that math is easily done. It's $15 per year per household. That's what that is.
Yeah, that figure is one thing, but when you add all of them up together, that's another thing. So it's
well, I mean, it's above and beyond what's being paid right now. Yeah, but the additional is,
yeah, I think all of us are trying to work with you, Drew. We're looking at it from a standpoint of trying to, I guess, pinpoint actualities. So
I'm asking the question right now about the miles per day.
I think that would be helpful to us.
So if we do 50% more, 600 miles a day, 4.5 miles a gallon, like you said, 31 days in a month.
Yeah, but they won't run.
20 days.
You can only do 20 days.
Yeah.
Do 20.
Well, even at 31, it's $8,000.
Right. We do it at 20. I think we can meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, I think there is
So 600
I agree.
gallons, 600 miles a day.
Divided by 4.5 gallons per.
4.5.
Yep.
Times
20
Hang on
days.
to you.
You know, Brittany will also tell you that
Yeah.
$2 per
during,
gallon.
during the winter time and that type of thing, if we have,
Yeah.
pick everything up, we'll hold on Saturday.
Yeah, I think we're trying to
Jay,
do
where you at,
that.
Jay?
Drew. We understand that.
What'd you gonna go? You said 600, you said 600 miles.
600 miles.
Yeah.
About 4.5. And that's that many gallons. a
Times
day
20,
Times 20 equals that many
and then
gallons.
roughly $2 a gallon difference.
Times $2 a gallon difference,
That should be about 6,000 or 7,000.
$5,333.33.
And that's doubling the mileage.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. So,
That's 1.5 times. one.
so,
And that's tied directly to diesel. Now I get his grease and oil and transmission fluids, all that stuff. I get that, but it's not gonna double. You see what I'm saying?
I'm with you.
all right, Drew, I think we've got something on the table that, after calculation and moving your mileage up to 600 miles, based on 4.5 miles per gallon, we're at $6,000 dollars additional a month. And otherwise, we're at
12,000.
12,000, about half the cost.
So what you're talking about is the $1.25 should be cut to 0.675.
Well, I
There we
think
go.
we're
Look at it.
figuring it on a different, we're not figuring it on, per house. This is figuring on actual cost, giving you $2 a gallon more, paying the actual cost. In other words, a $5 a gallon, diesel fuel adjustment.
I can get the exact mileage, I can get the fuel, I can get the oil, I can get the lubricants, I can get the tires, which is a result of oil pricing. I can get all of those things for you. Last time I was on here, that's.
Yeah, you're right.
What was requested was the $1.25 to be put in an addendum form.
It's correct.
It
Mr. Sparks, did you say it was Rick?
I think it was Rick.
Rick? you
Oh, I
want
said
to-
that's exactly correct. And that's what I said, that he did the numbers and he did the math, and you heard the math. If you're going to do whatever, don't focus on the percentage, focus on the resulting net cost out of the coffers each and every month. I mean, I just heard $6,000 extra or $60,000, whatever, per month. That's a huge amount. So be conscious. It's not just the percentage, it's the math.
Well, that's what they're figuring on. Drew, if, and it sounds like this is the pleasure of the court, I would ask that you, get Brittany the exact numbers. Obviously, we're gonna be making up for this, so, if whatever comes up, look, we'll hold up on this, an amendment again, or do you all want to just vote for, this is what you want to do? I'll do whatever you want for the agenda.
Well, I say it's gonna go up the more we put it off.
Not
Prices are coming
necessarily.
down.
Yeah, gas is starting to come down, so,
It's still retroactive back to March.
it's still, all of this, no matter when it gets decided, it's gonna be retroactive back to March. So there will be back payments. So either way, Drew will not lose.
I would like to do that too, because I'd love to see it go in front of the task force also, to let them weigh in on it, I think that would be healthy.
Okay, that's gonna be another meeting. Okay, we can, do that.
With all due respect, I heard 6 and I heard 60,000. I heard that's a huge number. Yeah, it is, and it's a cost being borne by us, as well as what happened when Scott County shut our landfill. Our disposal cost tripled, and I didn't come to you all for for a CPI or an increase. I didn't do any of that stuff. And believe you me, the disposal price is a huge part of our costs, and our costs tripled. And then you add the fuel, and it's untenable. A huge cost. With I get it that you're stewards of Franklin County's money. I absolutely agree with that, and I respect that. The usual bill is $133,000, $134,000 a month, give or take. Let's just say it's $134,000 a month. What we're requesting is it to go to 145 or 146 for the fuel recovery, and that's what it is. It's not a surcharge. This is strictly to cover our costs with this fuel that's just gone bonkers. And I hear it, that it's coming back down. Well, in the last month, it's gone up $1.02 a gallon. So when you go by the fuel pumps every day, yeah, for that particular day, it might have gone. And then Putin might launch a few missiles or
great exception to claiming war price, et cetera.
No, I'm not. That's not what.
Okay, well, you're the one said it, sir. I just want to keep it clear what we're talking about. This is not a fuel cost. This is not a war cost. This is an inflation cost from gas tank people, and it's hurting you too. So I'd like to keep it focused on the issue.
And that's fine. And my apologies for for going off course there. But what my point is there's a plethora of things that go into that price every day. And, you could take everything to the side, but it's gone up $1.02 in the last month since I came before you all.
Well, maybe let's do this. If you wouldn't mind, then I thought the initial talk of this was because diesel fuel went up. And this was an adjustment for the cost of diesel fuel, which is actually the cost of the operation of the trucks. So now there are other things that are being added in. I guess we need we came up with a formula to figure out what we talked about.
There's nothing being added in per my request. It's a recovery based on the fuel price. I mean, that's.
Well, no. You're saying that there's a transfer, there's a fee, and you're saying that, and we understand this. There's oil, there's hydraulic fluid, there's the use of the trucks, and so
my point being, it's not strictly fuel. When you take everything in toto, that's if it, and as I said before, Lord knows I don't want to be here requesting this today. I don't. I just want to pick up garbage like we've done for years and serviced you well. I mean, I want to take care of you with the spring clean. We want to make sure that we take care of you as we always have. This is the last thing in the world I want to be doing.
all right, I'm gonna try to move this forward. I'm gonna throw this out, and if it doesn't move forward, we'll see what happens. So there was with the 125, it would be a $12,000 a month increase. With the fuel adjustment that we looked at, it would be close to $6,000 a month increase. What if we compromise and say, okay, we will give you a $9,000 a month increase, fuel adjustment, benefit for the fuel adjustment, and through August 31st, 2023.
So basically, you're talking about $1 per household, because last month it was $9.
Basically, and you're right, basically $1. And that's originally what we said, and I think you raised it to $1.25. That is what we said originally, was $1. Squire Molly?
Thank you, Judge. Just listening to everything, and since we're gonna take this back to March whenever we get it, I don't like just throwing numbers around. My gut is I'd like to see this go to the task force, who's been around a long time, who's put their contract in place and things like that. And I would love to hear what they have to say. That's just me. I'm just one person. So whatever y'all want to do.
the decision has got to be through the fiscal court.
I understand, but I don't believe the task force has input at all, and there's people that have been on there since the start of it, and I think for me, I'd like to hear what they have to say.
It's a
This
test.
is me.
Do you know when the next meeting of the task force is? I mean, can that be something that's expedited?
We're trying to schedule one for
Okay.
next week.
I was just
Yeah.
seeing if that could be expedited
Yeah.
so that we.
It's
whatever
already
input
in
we-
motion to be a meeting next week due to the preparing of the 5-year plan. So normally the task force meets quarterly, and our last meeting was last month. So it technically wouldn't meet again until June. But as I said, this year is different. We have to put together the 5-year plan. So there will be more frequent meetings. Ideally, the meetings would be strictly for the 5-year plan, but I can add something to them to discuss this. I'm just having issues with people actually attending meetings.
Just set it and go. They show the, once you go.
What are you saying, Squire Tracy?
I said, I think on something like that, just set the meeting and for the ones that are gonna show up will be there.
We do have a standard meeting time, and it's just membership or people actually coming has dwindled quite a bit. People who have said they're going to come to meetings don't show up. People who have been appointed don't show up. So I'm a little discouraged.
Squire Moore?
Yeah, we just keep moving the goalposts. So what we need is to get the petroleum costs that they're having that the increases in petroleum costs and the mileage. And we need, I guess, the next meeting we have, we need to make a decision on this and quit kicking it down.
And I think
Keep asking for different information every time, brings it, and then we want something else, and you know, that's on us. We want to be sure about what we're doing, but from them, we need to get those extra cost and the mileage, so we know what we're doing here.
And I think that's your point's well taken there, but I would agree that it's not going to impede the progress of getting that information between now and the next fiscal court meeting for the solid waste task force to discuss this, because I do agree that, they have been with this issue of solid waste for quite some time and instrumental in contracts, getting off the ground in this regard. So hearing from them, I think, is just a valuable comment on this entire situation. I just think that's just valuable for us to hear. And I don't think it's going to impede our progress to reaching a decision, because the main thing you're saying is we just need a little bit more information. And I think Mr. Skaggs is trying to work diligently right now to obtain that. And we've all said that whenever we get the information, whether it's today or at our next meeting, the payments will be retroactive between now and March, between whatever X time in March. So I don't think anyone's losing any ground. It's just everybody's trying to make sure we have the maximum amount of information to do our due diligence and do the appropriate thing for our residents. That's what I'm hearing everybody say.
No problem. I have no problem with the task force, but the question is, if the task force meets next week, can Drew Scraggs, Drew, can you have what you're basing all of the aspects of the additional costs on to Brittany, so they can discuss that at the task force? Because if we had set up the task force and they don't have the information, we've just once again moved the goalpost.
I think Brittany has that information. I've sent it to her. And as an aside, I might once again add, under our contract that we've operated under for years, it has the ability for us to request a CPI increase every year. I mean, it's in the contract, and we have never done it.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead, Brittany.
Drew, the only information I have from you is the fuel recovery index information. So if there's going to be a breakdown for gas costs, mileage, things like that, I would need that information from you because I don't have it.
I got you. What I was talking about was the response to the 3 questions that I got
Yes.
when I talked about how it impacts every facet of our business: operational costs, oil, lubricants, tire, labor, repairs and maintenance, fuel.
I did receive that and I sent it forward to the court. They also got this information early April. So this is the first I'm hearing of additional questions that they have as well.
All right.
I'm sorry, Judge, one last thing. My next task, well, this 5-year plan meeting is scheduled. I made the decision to schedule it for next Thursday at 2:30. So currently I have about 5 people who have responded to me that can come to that meeting out of the 13 or 14 that are currently on the task force. I believe 2 or 3 of those people have been on the task force for a while. So we're looking at 2 out of 14 people who have been with the contract from the get-go. So just wanted to let the court know that, because while I would like to present this to everybody, I don't know how entirely helpful this will be.
Well, perhaps it's warranted to make a follow-up with them and tell them that, as I'm sure is your protocol, as I'm sure after this meeting will be your protocol, to let them know that, what issue is before them. And the timeliness of that. And I'm sure that's your protocol. So.
Yeah, I have reached out twice already with a poll link twice in the last 3 weeks. So it's gone out to all the court members or all of the board members.
All right. Okay, so it sounds to me like we will have Drew will get back with you. I'm sorry we haven't come to a consensus to move forward. And so
I need to know exactly what you all need in terms of questions.
okay. All right. Drew, most importantly is the mileage that 4 trucks a day based on 20 days out of a month, however many days there are in each month, they are traveling. That's 1. 2, the cost of the to take it to the extra cost to the landfill. 3, the average cost of diesel fuel based on today's rate. I mean, I know it fluctuates, so I guess we need to say, give us a cost of the diesel fuel that you see is, and we'll use $5 a gallon or you use $5.10 a gallon. I don't know, but we need to know a cost of gallon for diesel fuel. And any other, if you put in, if any increase in cost in oil, increase in cost in hydraulic fluid, or any other increase in cost above what was figured in originally, we would need to know those costs. And I'm saying this, and you guys speak up, because you're doing more of this request than I am. I like to settle on a figure, but I'm with you. Let's do it. What do you think? Any other thing that we need to say?
Yeah, I think it's the difference between when he realized that the increases were becoming a problem compared to what it is today.
I did think March is.
Right, I'm just saying, yeah, so, I mean, if lube oil was $1.35 a can and now it's $1.45 a can.
Yeah.
Just show your difference.
If we're basing it on full fuel recovery, it should be tied to that.
Additional cost.
Yeah, not having to go an extra here or extra there because of other contracts not working. Fuel's hurting everybody. I drive a diesel truck. I paid $5.29 the other night in Indianapolis. So this is expensive, but we need to tie it to the fuel.
Drew, do you understand?
Yeah, I think I do, I guess. I mean,
Okay.
we tried to tie it to the fuel with the spreadsheets and the escalator, and that didn't work. So, so I guess I'll just go back to the drawing board and try to show.
I'm sorry, but and as you said, you realize that we have a fiduciary obligation to our community as well. I'm sure we're going to come to a consensus and get something done as soon as possible. You will not lose any money because we're still going to base it back to March, okay?
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right, Brittany, get your task force and let us know the results of that, would you? Okay, Squire Tracy.
Judge, in regards to the fuel, they started the flat line at 0, correct? I mean, it wasn't like it was $3 a gallon and now it's 5, so there's a difference of 2. It was from 0 to 5. Is that?
Well, that was the original way.
Right, that, okay. Just wanna make
That was
sure.
the original way we're looking.
Okay.
And that was my point of contention. And
Right.
I think we all had that.
now
I
we
agree.
went to a different.
Agreed,
Yeah,
agreed.
that-
Okay, just wanna make-
I was with you on that.
Okay.
I wanna make
Agreed.
Sure.
Agreed.
You know, as far as the Scott County landfill, them shutting down, that's not on us. I mean, that's something that they knew. It was in a, I mean, I think it's, as the county attorney said, it's their responsibility to find a dump site. That's per contract.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
correct. That is correct.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
Okay. Thank you, Drew. We're moving on. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is authorization to declare existing scrap metal located in the Franklin County Road Department as surplus and to be sold as permitted. John Mitchell? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
You got some stuff to sell, don't you?
Yeah, this
Get rid of?
Yeah, this is the cleanup mode. We want to try to start cleaning up, I guess, before we start building. So yeah, we need to get rid of some of this junk.
Okay.
John, is this a lot of stuff you picked up from the side of the road and things?
Yeah, some of the stuff comes from the side of the road, but some of it is from the appliance pickup program. And, you know, we have a lot of signs that get run over and all that. So that's where most of it comes from.
I just have a quick question in regard to whatever proceeds we make off of this, rather than putting it back in the general fund, could we put that in an account for the construction of the road department facility? Because it's specified, I think in the abstract, it talks about it going to the general fund.
I think the idea on that spire was to put it in the general fund, to get you flexibility to wherever you need to put it at. You can theoretically put it back however you want to. It would just be.
Admin code says that.
I think so.
I'm just assuming, I don't know how much scrap's going for right now. I don't have a finger on the market. Only asking the question. Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
But one thing you'll have to do as part of your declaration is declare it as scrap, because it's only scrap worthy. The items and stuff cannot be repaired or replaced.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, John. Next item is authorization to approve appointment of Justin Daly to the Farmdale Water District. He will be replacing Donald Morris, who has resigned effective 4/30/22. All right, Squire Sebastian.
I was just going to say, I think, as you said, that the need to make this appointment is to fill an unexpired term is really precipitated by a letter that we received dated March 31. I guess that was received in here the 4th of April and then was forwarded out to us on the 6th of April. And at that point, I immediately requested an investigation and just imploring to follow up on the claims inside this that were initiated. And hopefully we've initiated the proper investigation without delay, whether it's, I think, poor stewardship or something on a higher level. those accusations have a direct relationship on system-wide rates, ratepayers, and customer service. So can anyone tell us, when I asked for the investigation and you were immediate to get right back and said, we're going to do it.
Yeah, we did.
What is the status on that? Just to follow up today.
You want to go to Squire Muller's question first?
I'm
No,
sorry.
I was actually going to ask about that. So
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
thank you.
Rick, you wanted to, would you mind, with our discussion, you and I, on, what the county can do and what's the purview of the county in this process for investigating?
I don't know in terms of any investigation we have. We went back and I asked for a copy of the original ordinance created Farmdale. But the allegations were things of matters of internal control from the board members at the time. So I'd inquired as to what their procedures are, whether or not they have procurement procedures, whether or not they have personnel procedures, who makes these things. I'm not so sure it's such a claim to say, well, the audits are prepared by auditors and accountants. If that's a fundamental problem, that's a fundamental problem by the board itself. And perhaps the remedy is for improved and coordinated training, because their body goes back to the mid-70s. That's a long time back, 1974, I think it was. So I'd suggested to the judge, again, given the distance that it has in an independent body, that they be apprised of their responsibilities for best practice on whatever you all believe their best practice should be. I know that's a very important board. I know that members of the court have been present in their board meetings, et cetera, in different things. And it was kind of surprising to read that departure. But if the concern is that they haven't caught up into the 21st century, then they need to catch up to the 21st century. If they have to amend their bylaws, et cetera, then they need to amend their bylaws. But at the very least, the concern that the gentleman had was what he perceived was archaic things that were being done there, which is the very responsibility of the board that he just withdrew from. So if the court wants to address that, I mean, you all been there. If you all saw any things, bring them up. If you haven't, then they need to get brought up to proper speed on what they need to do mechanically and organically by how they deal with their day-to-day business. That's the only investigation that I could do, given the limits that we have on the corporate body from here, i.e. Fiscal Court creating an independent body.
Well, I think there's follow-up to that. As I said to you, I think that best practices is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is an absolute, and
follow that part, but I didn't know did criticism there. If that's the issue, then they need to get up with best practice. But in terms of any investigation, that what I meant was that's the only thing that I could do relative to what they're doing on an independent body. I have no jurisdiction over them at all.
Well, there's two pieces to this. One, the governing body actually is the Public Service Commission. So we're sending his letter to the Public Service Commission. But to me, the most important aspect of this, if there's not nefariousness going on, and I don't think there is, the audit doesn't show any nefariousness going on the board, there may be lack of protocols. So if Mr. Daly is approved, I have talked with the Yvonne Hill, the board. I'm going to have the board, the two members of the board that are capable of, that are acting members to come in and meet with our staff. We're going to, hopefully next week, we're going to review proper protocols on hiring, on doing minutes, conducting meetings, and all of the stuff that should be done, the protocols that are standard practices in in my case, I call it best practices. That's what we're gonna do.
I was just going to say one of the things, because I think there are some issues that can be remedied quickly with those type of things. But, one of the most, I guess, alarming things for me was to see about some of the procurement standards that they are not participating in.
That's
And
exactly right. That's part of this, yeah.
And the volume, and we all know this, we've heard this back when it was reported in the Herald Leader in 2019, that this is one of the unfortunately, 10 most underperforming water districts in the Commonwealth due to water loss. And we've had extensive conversations about how all that got started and additional fees for that. So I realize there's also a reporting requirement to Department for Local Government because it's a SP, special purpose governmental entity. So perhaps both of those entities, as whomever is around the table, not only PSC, but DLG, come to the table to assist them. And I'm sure obviously we're the court, and I don't know where our line for directing or assisting, or what the most appropriate word is to help them get back to where the focus is not on remedying issues like this. It is absolutely system-wide, assisting the ratepayers and making sure that, the services they're supposed to get, that they get. I think everybody's around I'm presuming that from everybody's standpoint here.
And Squire, I completely agree. And I think that's why the court has its, if nothing else, a very strong bully pulpit, especially for the taxpayers and the ratepayers down in that area. If you are aware, even though there is no direct oversight from fiscal court, to bring that up to them as a necessity in a bully pulpit, kind of beat them up, change it and fix it kind of way, that might be the only remedy that the court can do, but it's not an unwieldy remedy, and it's one that can easily be obtained even with the resignation statement per se. But you got to get on.
I think we're asking for us to get on it.
Members of the board that want to do things correctly, okay? I think that's all we really need to say. That they do want to do it right. They just haven't been told how to do it right. Squire Muller?
Thank you, Judge. I would just say, if we're gonna throw it out there and have some of our, county staff help people with this, maybe we open it up to the other agencies. And if they want to come, that's fine, but I think it'd be fair.
I think that's, we've discussed that, and maybe this needs to be broader. But I'm gonna start with at first base and then see how helpful that is, and see how receptive that is, and then I think we'll expand it out. But that, we have definitely discussed that.
Thank you.
That probably should be done.
Mhm.
Because we don't know how the other ones are doing either. I mean,
Right.
They're separate from us, totally. separate.
Absolutely, but if we can be proactive and make sure it doesn't happen again.
I
that's-
agree.
Yeah, thank you.
I agree.
So when this occurs, whatever meeting, bringing the PSC, bringing DLG,
I'm not saying
and
we're
or
bringing PSC. They won't, PSC is not gonna come there. They can't even get a quorum. So,
it's not necessarily the PSC board, it's the staff that would do the assisting. So my question is how do those other agencies that are, in the reporting structure ensure, because as you indicated, you're going to forward the letter on if it hasn't already been forwarded to the appropriate places, DLG, PSC, to try to ensure that they're aware of that, and any supports that they can provide are great. Any supports that the county can provide are great. How do we hear back about how that this is progressing? A meeting was held on X date. This is what was just discussed. Here are the benchmarks going forward. Is that the kind of thing that the court's going to hear back? Because I'm going to ask that, of course. I'm saying it now, so I'm just going to make sure I'm following up on it.
We'll have an agenda, and we'll I guess we'll take notes on what we're saying and how. Once again, we have no authority to say this is what you have to do. So
Understood.
I'm
Counselor
trying-
Sparks has made sure I'm aware of that.
trying to-
Yes.
I think we've got good people that want to do it correctly. They don't know how to do it correctly. And that's the goal here, is to teach them the best practices in conducting meetings, along with procurement and hiring.
With work processes.
And y'all, I'm just gonna say, I know that that is very frustrating because it drives me crazy. So I figured it'd drive most other people crazy. The limitations that you have on these independent bodies. And once you create them, they're out there in the world to do or not do as they are doing. I'm making no assumptions on what they are doing or not doing. My presumption was to provide people with the proper structures to where if they don't do it, then it will come back to haunt them. The court has no authority over these agencies. That's the kind of the point when you do them. On the other hand, it's good that that is being expressed and described, so it does give the general public an awareness of what you all can do from that particular location. So I'll do everything I can to advise accordingly, but I don't have any authority either.
We were also going to request that they update their bylaws to include those personnel actions and procedures on procurement and things of that nature, because they've not been updated since they were created.
But they don't have to.
They don't have to,
Yeah,
we're gonna
correct. I mean,
request.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Squire, for that
Yeah.
question. The next item is off.
Squire Blackburn, I think.
Oh,
Did you have many people request to be on that board?
No.
I didn't think so.
Just
checking.
As a matter of fact, yeah, on my hands and knees begging.
Thank you.
Yes. And unfortunately, we got a very, very, very good candidate. So that was awesome. Okay, the next item is authorization to hire a firefighter, Chief Brewer.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Court.
Firefighter, sorry, two.
Yes,
firefighters.
currently, we're looking to hire 2 firefighters. We have 2 positions that are open. Both of these positions came open back in mid-March. We worked with HR and got our new hiring list established last week, and these applicants before you are the top 2 that finished on our hiring list, and they meet all the requirements for having CPAT. And upon approval, they would be required to complete their new hire physicals and drug screenings.
Okay, any questions?
I like the forward.
Did we get an actual written retirement from firefighter Brandon Tingle? Is that who's retiring? Is that right?
That is correct. He had, he went through the Kentucky retirement system. On that, I haven't received anything. Betty Jo, it's more on Betty Jo's side as far as that paperwork.
Okay, I just did notice it in the packet, so I wasn't sure if we would get a copy of that also, but that's fine. Thank you.
One of these applicants, the last day of EMT school is today.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty good time, right? Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Brian. Chief, sorry, thank you, Chief. Thanks very much. The next item is authorization to request to the Department of Local Government for an exception to the 65-35 fourth-year rule. Susan?
Yes, Court, as you learned in our budget workshop from Department for Local Government, this is something we have to abide by the 4th year of every term. They will give us an opportunity to request for some exceptions to the calculation. It's no guarantee that they'll approve what we're requesting. So I'm just asking court that for our own benefit, that we try to ask them for exceptions on this. Where we have to pay insurance up front, it's almost going to be, $900,000, that we have to pay by December. Even if we stretch it out, we usually try to take the discount and save about 2% by paying it in July and August. So, but either way, we still have to pay it by December. So it's within that first half of the year. So there's 900,000. And then the other part of it is their calculation does exempt debt payments, but where we pay cash, and don't issue debt, which doesn't seem fair. We have a lot of vehicles and equipment that are probably going to come in and come due in this first 6 months. And that's another big chunk of an expenditure. So I think that we have to at least attempt to beg our case with Department for Local Government, and we'll send a letter. Yes, Squire Sebastian.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as I recall the training, I understood that no 6535 exemption request would be received or considered by DLG until after the state fiscal year begins July 1. I know in Franklin County at this point, we, as the fiscal court, we haven't discussed all elements of our 22-23 budget yet. So the request to me seems a bit early. And I'm looking at this abstract as information, I guess, to share with the court, to make the court mindful of the vehicles, the equipment, et cetera, on order. So I'm kind of looking at it that
Sure.
way because
I understand.
based on,
Yeah, I
sorry.
understand what you're saying, and that we'll find out. We'll find out if the request is too early, if we go ahead and make it. The standing order, there's a standing order as well that that is made in advance of the beginning of the fiscal year for payments that can be made without fiscal court approval. And they're always payroll and utilities, and with debt payments, there's a few other items that are on that list. And we approve that in conjunction with submitting our budget at that time. So this request would just be, could be made in advance. And again, whether or not they approve it, I don't know. I don't know that they've approved any from what they've said.
Okay.
Squire Tracy,
remembered-
I see your hand.
Go ahead, Squire Tracy. Susan.
Susan, thank you. Did you happen to ask these questions during the training? And if so, what were you told?
Yes, I did ask the questions during the training, and they said make a written request if we wanted to have any exceptions, and they would, they may consider them, but they weren't real positive about what the outcome might be. But nevertheless, I thought maybe it would help us with our own calculation, with our own circumstances, for the way we operate. It would help us, with our expenditure framework for the next 6 months or going into the next fiscal year.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right.
I don't have
Thank
a
you, Susan.
question, but I do have a comment, Judge.
Sure.
Our treasurer knows about these requirements and policies. What are we going to do without her? I don't know.
We're gonna train somebody else, I guess.
We have a good regulatory agency, and they're very accessible, and we have a lot of support by being in Franklin County. So we've got a lot of resources. We just have to know how to use them.
Okay. The next item.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
just one more question.
Yes.
Susan, are there any more requirements in regards to the 6535 to get approval?
Well, it's, I did provide a copy of the statute. I mean, it's a
Right.
limitation. The intent, you think about the intent, just, get down to what's the intent, is that so one governing body doesn't use up all the money in a budget when a brand new
Right.
group is coming in. I mean, makes sense. It's a protection for hopefully for responsible use of money. And that makes sense. But in reality, unless they make some sort of exceptions, and this is by fund. So in reality, the way it works, because we fund equipment in the LGEA fund, 100% for equipment, if all this equipment comes in and needs to be paid for by December 31st, we're going to be in violation of the 6535 rule. So what does that mean? If we're in violation, it'd be a comment in the audit. But I mean, so you have to weigh what's going to be practical. And maybe at that point in time, like Squire Sebastian was saying, maybe that's when you beg your case with the Department for Local Government at even at a later date when the circumstance comes up and they recognize the practicality of it, and you're not trying to just subvert you know, the well intention of the statute. So, you know, the timing of this, it's brand new. It's something that we've not done before. I know I've received the estimates for our insurance, and it's $900,000. Okay, workers' comp, our liability, et cetera. That's a $900,000. And then, you know, we're already, John's already told me about equipment that's on back order. And, you know, we've already heard from the fire department about their problems getting vehicles and trying to, you know, get a jump on that. So there's some special circumstances going on in this. Well, they've been going on for a couple of years now. And the way the rules are set up, it's you manage the rule, not the exception. So in this particular case, if we get our request out there in advance and just try to, you know, see what they say. But again, if we do it now and it doesn't work, I would certainly advise court to pursue this later on in, you know, by December, and not dismiss it as not a, you know, a possibility. That makes sense.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Susan. Hang in there. We're gonna be talking with you for several items here. So let's go to the next one. The next item is authorization to set salaries for the term beginning January 1st, 2023 for magistrates, county attorney, coroner, deputy coroners, deputy judge executive pursuant to KRS 64.3530. Susan, and I guess you're part of this, Tambra. I believe we have to do this by May 1st. Is that correct? Is that the statute that says May 1st?
Yes, by May 1st. Yes.
Okay. And this is done every 4 years. You can see that it goes by what you were making, what you started and where you are now. And the only change is with the coroner. And this was partly my mistake. 4 years ago, the court agreed that the coroner should make at least what the magistrate make, but it was not included the committees as well as the education CEUs that you got. And so I added that in because our coroner has to go to training. And so that would include his training. So that salary has been moved up to cover the cost of his training, just like your all's training as well. So that is to equal what magistrates make after full 4 years of training. Other than that, it's all the same. Any questions? There's no increases in the magistrate's salary, county attorney's salary. Deputies are the same. Is that right, Tim? The deputies are the same.
He currently has a position vacant. However, he's in the process of working on filling that position. So that's why we went ahead and assigned that salary to that.
Okay.
15,000.
All right. These salaries are what's already in there. Okay. I don't hear anything, so let's move on to the next item. Authorization to receive the treasurer's quarterly report for 9 months ending March 31st, 2022. Susan?
I'll certainly entertain any questions. I will we'll be updating this and having some better forecasting for how we're going to end the year for our meeting on Tuesday. I don't really have a great handle on that, but as we've already, you can see from the figures, we do have good fund balances that will move forward and be carried over. And as we've heard in other budgets presented today, the using prior year surplus. There's reason for it because we're a going concern, and there are just activities that just don't happen within a budget framework, and you have to allow for them again in the next year. So we'll be obviously budgeting quite a bit of surplus. I will let you know that we just did receive a notification yesterday, a preliminary notification about the second tranche on the ARPA funds. So it looks like they probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks, that's going to be rolling out for the next group of funds. So we'll get guidance that we'll probably once again have to budget it, even though we may not have specific appropriations associated with it. So we'll be getting guidance on that. We continue to obviously to build our budget with a lot of the information for items that are on the agenda today, and the timing again of some of those activities will impact some of our schedules right now. As for example, on the capital debt service fund, we had budgeted for professional services of about $100,000 for professional fees associated with the county garage. So I don't know that the architectural design would be able to, would have enough progress payments, by the end of June to utilize that, but that certainly that could impact the balance. And then again, the delivery of our equipment. There are so many things that are on order, whether or not they come in or not is going to be a big factor. And I continue to work with Chief Brewer. Thank you for him. Chief Hutcherson did a good job training him, and he is a very strong financial help in monitoring his fire fund budget. And we're monitoring that very closely because we're probably going to be faced with some budgeting issues to deal with, to straighten, just basically to get our comparison in line with where we need to be. So if there's specific questions, I'll take them.
Sorry, Susan. Can you say that one more time? Because you're saying now we were in good shape, but we're not going to be in good shape.
No, it's budget wise, just budget wise, because we have to balance our budgets with fund transfers.
Yes.
So if we have to transfer more money from one fund to another, then it will be within the framework of our overall total of the budget. But if we spend more money, obviously, than what we anticipated, then we would have to increase the overall budget. And I said fire, and I meant LGEA.
Okay, you said fire.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant LGEA because our mineral tax receipts were the only thing that we budgeted for a revenue in LGEA. Right. Yep. And we did not budget use of any of our surplus LGEA funds. We did not budget any of it. However, our mineral tax receipts are not going to meet our budget projection. So we are going to have to bring in surplus funds from LGEA. Sorry,
I understand. I understand now. You did see my face. So yeah. I was like, hey, man, that can't be right.
Okay. Any questions on that? The treasurer's report, Susan, I guess.
It's old news. It's old news by now. Go ahead.
I'm waving at
Sebastian.
you.
Yes.
On tab 21, page 2, 01-4731-000, which is miscellaneous revenue. What's included under that descriptive title? What makes up miscellaneous revenue?
I can look it up in detail if you give me a minute, but
okay, I don't have.
For example, I can tell you. For example,
yes, please.
$17,000 or $18,000 in. We get a dividend check back from KCO for our workers' comp program, so that would get booked there. There are we have a cell tower that we get rent on.
Okay.
That gets booked there. That's about, I don't know, $15,000 or so.
Okay.
That's some of the biggies that are in there. And then open records request. Like I say, I can drill down. I can get that for you.
And that's okay. Just sometimes these descriptive titles, and we've talked about this a number of times, don't really give us a good enough window into what makes up the fund balance under that. But thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Payment of claims, any discussion on payment of claims?
Hey, I got a couple of questions on it.
Go ahead.
I'm waving. What happened to the ice machine at the Carter House? Looked like, did we try to salvage it and then all of a sudden it,
Charlie?
and what is the,
Charlie, what's happened with, Squire Sebastian wants to know about the ice machine at the Carter House.
Ice maker? Yeah. Yeah.
ice, Charlie?
Ice Charlie.
Yeah, we fixed that several times over the past several years, and I met with Jeremy, and because of the cost of the parts and stuff to repair it, and it was actually very inefficient. It ran water and leaked water a lot, so he recommended we go ahead and replace it.
Okay, what's a range cart? I see that on here too. Does that pick up balls? That just shows my ignorance in what that is.
No, good question. Yeah, it does. It hooks
Pick up
to an
balls?
apparatus that goes out on the range and retrieves the range balls to bring them back in to clean. Yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I just thought I better check. This is a question maybe for the jailer. If we go over under the jail fund court bills, general sales company, there's $600+ in here for detergent and bleach, and we have a bleach maker. So I'm just wondering if it's a title thing.
It's got to be a title thing. I'll clarify it for you. We have bleach.
Okay.
All you want.
I just, I ask about it every time because
I think it's mop. I think it's mop and mop buckets. When I glanced at it, it looked to me like mop buckets and mops.
All right,
Which was
when it
correct.
says bleach, that's way away from that, and that just sends up a flag.
No, we have not bought him bleach to my knowledge. We better
All
not
right.
have.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. And one last question from me on the final page of this document, under capital improvement funds. Where do the fees, I guess, that were put in the budget for this project, is this architect fee, is that included in our overall budget that we anticipated, the 200 and whatever thousand that's been spent on it, or is this in addition to that?
That was budgeted.
Okay, okay, just trying to be 100%
Right.
sure.
Yeah, so if we're over budget, it's because of the other items. It's not because of that particular one. Although I think there may have been a supplemental portion to that. So maybe it's about $2,000 or $3,000 more than what the initial budget was, because
All
again,
right.
because of the size of the project.
Thank you.
And to answer your question earlier, presently, we also have the shared electrical inspector receipts in that miscellaneous revenue.
Thank
So,
you.
You know, as some of these items become significant, you know, and we may want to track them a little differently. It's just we have so many line items. There's, you know, multiple ways to go about looking at, but we could have intergovernmental receipts. That would be the category, you know, standardized category, possibly to put that in, that we would identify that with.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Susan, if you'll hang on, let's go to other business now. In other business,
Judge, can I ask one more question? I'm
can.
sorry.
Sure.
It was on the supplemental bill stuff that was sent to us.
remember-
There was a line item in there, 0150700309 for the comp plan. Is that the county's full portion that's going to be paid for the comprehensive plan? And the other portion that we're updating, the ordinances?
No, ma'am. Originally $25,000 was budgeted in anticipation of the comp plan. So we have 3 invoices from the consultant now, and we pay our proportional share of it. So we'll need to budget more, you know, for next year, which should cover the complete cost. Well, actually, it'll probably be 2 fiscal years.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, in other business, I want to give you an update and talk with the court about something that just come up. We have, the Squire Sebastian and Squire Moore, myself, and other staff have gone through, quite a few applicants for the, treasurer's position. We have narrowed it down to a number of good applicants. However, several of those that we have narrowed it down to have decided either dropped out or are not sincere to the degree that we would like that they want to be here. And I'm being kind.
I can feel that.
Not sincere.
Take her out.
I mean, because you all are going, well, this is going to be a process that you're going to be giving your time to do. And it is probably the most important position that we have on the fiscal court. And so if somebody wants to be in this position, I want them to be sincere about wanting to be here. And with that being said, we have, and I'm going to call on the squires to talk to. I'm just starting this discussion, but we have agreed that we would reopen the process for a period. And as part of reopening the process, Susan has agreed that she would stay on a little longer to make sure that person got trained. She was going to leave in August, but in fairness to Susan, Susan has not gotten her number of years should reflect a little better with her salary. So Susan said that she would stay on until October the 1st with now this is kind of confusing because it is only a quarter of a year, so a quarter of a year salary of $100,000 and $100,000 and $500, which is what should be made by a treasurer with her 24 years of experience. The important aspect, I don't think, should be the money. The important aspect is the Susan willing to stay and as Marty said, who's going to teach this new person in about these things that Susan knows about and not everybody knows about. So I hope we don't get lost in the money, but we look at it from the standpoint of, goodness gracious, we are going to need Susan's help to get us through the budget and get somebody trained that we can feel comfortable with. So that's, I yield now to Squire Sebastian or Squire Moore or Squire Moore to speak further and and ask and answer any questions. Squire Sebastian, you want to go first?
Sure, I can. I think it's a testament to Franklin County that we got a large applicant pool. I will say that. We, at this point, have had the treasurer come in and say that she would rescind her resignation letter, and that's going to allow for us to lengthen the search process, have additional applicants to come into the process for us to review, because as everyone has said, how critical this position is. It will also increase the amount of time that our sitting treasurer, who has been in this over 2 decades and has familiarity like no other to this process, can impart as much information and processes as available. It's not like, none of these positions are like filing cabinets where you just go pull a drawer out and pull out a specific nugget of information. You give a general overview and you do your best, as we've talked about today, under some of the budget categories, of knowing at a split second what is under those. That lead time and training is going to be, I think, crucial for Franklin County. But again, I will say it's a testament to us that we had, 30 plus applicants, right at that number applicants interview for this job in this position. I think it shows a lot for Franklin County. So that's what I would have to say. And I'm appreciative of our treasurer saying that, you know, she's willing to, she is rescinding this resignation in order to be able to do the training, to help with the processes that are going to meet when you upload somebody and onboard them into a new position that has had such a longevity in it. So that's my comment.
Squire Moore.
Yeah, I agree with everything Squire Sebastian said there, and Susan just wants the best for our county, our fiscal court. And I think we've been assured that this won't be seen as pension spiking, so I'm very good with it.
And I guess I want to make perfectly clear, this has been an arduous task. We've seen applicants that were clearly not certified or are qualified for the position. We've seen some that are marginal. We've got some good ones, but I think I'm not saying that we don't have good applicants. I really do think we have good applicants, but when we set 6 or however many there were, I can't remember, applicants that we wanted you to interview, we want to make sure that we have that many, and I feel like that it's important for us to bring the best and the brightest to you, and when we do, they will be the best and the brightest. So that's all we're saying. And with Susan's willingness to continue on, the first question when we had several of these applicants that we had in a pool say, well, I don't know whether I want to do this, and one of them saying, I'm out, just take my application out. If we were going to open it back up, the question would be timeline, where it fit with Susan, and Susan has accommodated that timeline. Okay.
I just want to thank the task force, because I knew when this happened and Susan, you know, said she was going to retire, this is a big burden on the fiscal court. And I know this has been a big process for everybody on that task force. And I agree, Judge, this is one of the biggest positions in county government. So Susan, thank you for caring about the county enough to stick around while we make this transition, and it's all good here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Yeah.
I just have another piece of other business, if it's appropriate to move forward with that.
Absolutely. I have a couple too.
I just wanted to thank everyone, the community, for turning out at the Easter egg hunt. I have so many thanks, and I'm just going to try to get through it very quickly. I certainly want to thank the Franklin County Fiscal Court, and I want to thank the Franklin County Sheriff's Office for being the primary sponsors. I certainly want to thank the Mounted Police Unit for being there, because that was absolutely a wonderful treat for families. The Lakeview Park staff was absolutely tremendous in making sure that park shone like the diamond that it is for our community. Frankfurt Kiwanis did a fantastic job in registering people. I had invited students from Kentucky State University to help us with hiding the Easter eggs and a variety of things around the campus. And they are looking forward to continuing to collaborate with Franklin County. That is a fantastic partnership. We appreciate the Franklin County Road Department for everything that they did in setting up the lighted signs and assisting with making sure that everything was set to go at the park. Appreciate the fire department for bringing out the couple of apparatus that day for kids to get in, and they gave out fire hats, and that was wonderful. The state highway department road crew gave us cones, and we used some of those. We didn't use everything that we had, but that was wonderful for them to put their hands and their hearts to help with this. Of course, Constable Richard Sandiford, always a tremendous in helping us with traffic flow and making sure that everything flows smoothly, and just can't say enough about appreciating him. The Paul Sawyer Public Library came out that day and set up an obstacle course. And it was just wonderful hearing the peals of laughter from the kids and the parents who participated in all of these activities with their kids. The Information Library of Frankfurt was there, signing up people to get free books from birth to age 5 once a month. And that is a fantastic thing. Buffalo Trace made a donation of allowing us to use the Easter Bunny costumes, 2 of those. And this event was fabulous, in having 20 Easter bunnies at that who could be at a variety of locations across the park. And I want to thank Jonathan Otis, our contracted county engineer. He came out that day, had contacted me a week or so early and said, I want to help. And I was like, and we want every volunteer we can get. We want as many hands as possible. So I just want to say it was extremely successful. Looking forward to the next series of events we have there, and thank everybody for putting their hands and their heart to it.
And thank you.
And the Key Club.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. You need to be thanked. I think all of us need to recognize you. You were amazing. And you worked very hard at this, and the success of it was because of your hard work. And so a big thanks to you.
I appreciate that, Judge. Thank you very much. And I just have one more thank you. I wanted to thank the Franklin County Key Club. They did all the face painting. So a number of volunteers had their faces painted besides the kids. They were just, everybody who turned out that day was just a rock star.
Amen.
I mean, it was hands and hearts doing the right thing for Franklin County and Franklin County families. So I just thank everyone,
Amen.
really.
And also, thank you for contacting Stewart Home.
Yep.
Because
Oh, yeah.
let me tell
I
you,
reached
that
out
was
to
one
them
of my
specifically.
highlights, was seeing all of those people from Stewart Home.
And that's
It just
one of the
melted,
first
it
times
just
they've
melted
gotten
my
out. They
heart.
haven't been able to get
Yeah.
out.
They haven't. David had told
That
me
was
that
really
this was,
cool.
David told me this was the very first event that they
Yeah.
went to.
There's some of them
The
there.
very first one. So I can't thank the
Yeah.
community enough for
Very
this.
cool.
Big fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
And to piggyback on what you just said, in an organization that has been so helpful to us. I have Andrew, I don't know whether you can see this. Probably can't. You have this, Andrew?
I'm not sure. What are we talking about, Judge?
And you can't see it then.
Kiwanis pancakes.
So this is the Frankfurt Kiwanis Club, corporate sponsored by Traditional Bank. Invite you to a breakfast tomorrow morning at Franklin County High School from 7:30 to 11:30, $7 per person. It's a pancake breakfast. It's something that they do annually, and Traditional Bank has been there every time we've needed them to help. The Kiwanis have volunteers every time, and we're very thankful to them, and I'm glad to
I'm
promote
trying.
this.
It doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, it does.
It's moving around. Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys
and-
gotta make some noise with it, huh?
You know, and Traditional Bank, even some employees there came and helped with the Easter egg hunt. So, I mean, it really was such a fabulous community support, and they are always there. Traditional is always there. Kiwanis is always there for us.
So with that being said, I'm going to announce today, and it's all in the works. The National Guard has come to us and asked us and the city to help them sponsor a support the military families as well as the first responder families at Lakeview Park on July the 9th from 10 until 2. And the mayor and I have met. The meetings will continue on. We're in the phase of organizing it, but it is the National Guard is going to be the major player in this. And so just put that on your calendar for July the 9th, 10 to 2. It will be a fantastic event where there'll be food and games and showpieces out for the kids to see the equipment from the National Guard at Lakeview Park. At Lakeview Park from 10 to 2. So that's just an announcement, and we'll have further information about that as it proceeds. With that being said, I believe, are there any reports from the constitutional officers or our department heads?
I would like to say something about spring clean.
Okay, thank you.
So the dumpsters are out there at the locations. It was an issue with myself for an advertising thing, but they are out there. They will be manned tomorrow from 8 to 12. The locations are Old Peaks Mill School, Evergreen Road Fire Station, Bald Knob Fire Station, and Owenston Road Fire Stations, Lakeview Park, and the Road Department. We're accepting a number of items there. That includes bulky items like large pieces of furniture, extra trash. If you're doing a home improvement project not involving a contractor, you can bring your materials to those dumpsters as well. If you decide to go dump at Benson Valley, you will need a voucher tomorrow. There's also a metal collection event going on with the Conservation District at Lakeview Park today till 4:30 and tomorrow from 8 to 12. And then the big thing tomorrow is our household hazardous waste collection. I want to remind residents that this happens twice a year, once in April and once in October. So these are your opportunities. If you've been cleaning out your garage or you need to move or something, this is the events where we can take poisons, herbicides, aerosol cans, compressed gas cylinders, oil-based paints, fluorescent tubes, adhesives, fertilizers, peroxide solids, mercury, all that kind of stuff. We can take that from you tomorrow from 8 to 12 at the Frankfurt Recycle Center located at 309 Rouse Avenue. The items we do not accept are water-based paints. You can harden those at home with sand, dirt, kitty litter, or even I got news from the state that you can harden it with some cement mix or concrete mix. There is also, we also won't take motor or hydraulic oil or fluid. You can recycle those at local auto parts stores. And we are not taking medications, but there is going to be a DEA drug take back event. I believe that is next weekend. I didn't get direct information about it, but I'm trying to look for it. So I'll put that information out on all of our pages as soon as I find it. Tomorrow, I missed this one. Tomorrow, you can also bring your electronics, including TVs, basically any small appliance with a plug or, even old phone or computer cords or something. You can bring those down to the Frankfurt Recycle Center between 8 and 12, and we'll gladly take that off your hands. So, and then to kind of cap that off, Yard Waste Wednesday will start next week on April 27th, 8 to 12 at the Road Department, drop off basically any kind of natural yard waste material, be it grass clippings, dead plants, big tree trunks, root balls, things of that nature. It's open to city and county residents. It will run every Wednesday until November 2nd, unless we have to cancel one day for some reason. And then the last compost giveaway will be on May 6th, Friday, May 6th. And that will also be from 8 to 12 at the Road Department. So it pretty much sums up my department.
Brittany, I want to add on to the information you gave on the drug take back. Franklin County Sheriff's Office has a permanent place that you can drop off prescription drugs. Yeah.
The Sheriff's Office, both CVS locations on the east and west side, and then the Frankfurt Police Department also has a drug take back box as well that are permanent.
Okay, thank you, Brittany. Look forward to this weekend and spring clean, getting things out there. So if there's no other reports, it is 1:32. We'll go 5 minutes, 1:37. If you'll be back in 5 minutes, we'll go to the voting center. Right now, right here.
We'll just do it here.
We'll just do it here. Yeah. Okay, we're recessed until 1:37. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Franklin County Fiscal Court video teleconference regular meeting of April the 22nd. This is our voting session. Clerk, call the roll.
Square Sebastian,
Here.
Square Blackburn,
Present.
Square Muller,
Present.
Square Tracy,
Here.
Square Booth,
Square Booth,
You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Present.
Square Moore,
Counted for.
Judge Wells.
present. All right, the next item on the agenda is authorization for approval of minutes from our special meeting of March 30th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Square Sebastian.
Yes.
Square Blackburn.
Yes.
Square Muller.
Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yes.
Square Booth,
Yes.
Square Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive the Franklin County Extension District's fiscal year 2022-2023 budget.
So moved.
Seconded by Squire Moore. Call the roll.
Square Sebastian.
Yes.
Square Blackburn.
Yes.
Square Muller.
Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yes.
Square Booth,
Yes.
Square Moore. Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive report of the auditor of public accountants agreed upon procedures engagement of the Franklin County Sheriff for the period January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Square Sebastian.
Yes.
Square Blackburn.
I just want to say I'm glad that we're able to do this. You can't do this unless you have clean reports. So I'm a big yes.
Square Muller.
Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yes.
Square Booth,
Yes.
Square Moore.
Well, this is a testament to what a great treasurer we have. Yes.
Now this is the.
This is a sheriff.
For the sheriff.
Squire Moore.
And we have a great sheriff.
Got a great sheriff too.
Judge Wells.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, Squire Blackburn. What is the difference between a big yes and a little yes?
Well,
Conviction.
I'm just going to say yes.
a big yes is a happy yes.
All right. And little yes is a sad yes.
No, no.
All right, I'm just playing teacher with you, brother. All right, the next item is first reading of an ordinance of the Franklin County Fiscal Court approving the execution of a local development area agreement relating to the establishment and implementation of a local development area tax increment financing district known as the Paddocks of Frankfurt Local Development Area within the city of Frankfurt, Kentucky. This reading, the second reading will be on our May 11th agenda. That was the first reading. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve sponsorship of the Franklin County Fair in the amount of $10,000 scheduled to be held from July the 19th to July the 23rd, 2022.
So moved.
Moved and seconded by Tracy. Call the roll.
Square Sebastian.
Yes.
Square Blackburn.
Yes.
Square Muller.
Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yes.
Square Booth,
Yes.
Square Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the filing of an application for grant funds under the Federal Victims of Crime Act, otherwise known as VOCA, through the Commonwealth of Kentucky Justice and Public Safety Cabinet.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Square Sebastian.
Yes.
Square Blackburn.
Yes.
Square Muller.
Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yes.
Square Booth,
Yes.
Square Moore.
Yes.
Wells.
Yes. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the submission of an application for the Second Chance Act grant with the Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention, United States Department of Justice, serving as the recipient with the Wanda Joyce Robinson Foundation, serving as the subrecipient.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Square Sebastian.
Yes.
Square Blackburn.
Yes.
Square Muller.
Excited to be working with them. Yes.
Square Tracy.
Yes.
Square Booth,
Yes.
Square Moore.
Yes.
Yes, and we're very honored and pleased to work with them and the fact that they do so much for so many people, and it's fantastic. The next item is authorization to approve a resolution to support the transportation of non-public school students within the Franklin County. within Franklin County, and much of this fund will be reimbursed back to the court.
So moved.
Second,
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
yes,
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve the CDBG specific procurement document requested for the utility assistance grant awarded to Franklin County.
So moved.
Second,
All right, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
yes,
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and this grant is for utilities, for those that may need help. It is, we'll have it posted on our Facebook. Andrew, make sure that's out there on our webpage, and take a look at that. And there is a process. We didn't, I'm apologizing for something we didn't do, we're not part of, but we are the conduit, a piece of the conduit for the application. So we want you to have the information to know how to get assistance if needed. So look at our Facebook, look at our webpage, and we'll do the best we can to get all that information out to you. I vote yes. The next item, let's see, we removed the fuel piece of it. The next item is authorization to advertise a request for proposals, RFPs, for an economic feasibility study for Lakeview Park, including options for funding development and management of a sports and convention center facility.
So moved.
Second. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Excited to be moving this project forward. Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
I will vote yes,
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to declare existing scrap metal located at the Franklin County Road Department as surplus and to be sold as permitted.
So moved.
second,
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
yes,
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to order contract to OHM for architectural design and engineering services for the construction of a building or buildings for the Franklin County Road Department at 100 Lewis Ferry Road.
So moved.
Second by Squire Booth. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
Yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
yes,
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Wells.
And this, according to Squire Blackburn, should be a big yes.
Big yes.
About time, yes. All right, let's go. We got a big yes on that one. The next item is authorization to award a contract to Codell Construction for construction management services for the construction of a building for the Franklin County Road Department at 100 Lewis Ferry Road.
So moved.
Second,
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
yes,
Squire Moore.
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, and we look forward to the Codell Construction Company for, and their work in getting this project moving as well. Yes. Okay, the next item is authorization to approve appointment of Jonathan Daly to the Farmdale Water District with a term expiring May 14th, 2023. This is filling a position that from Don Morris, who has retired or resigned from the position, and I want to thank Don Morris for his service. He has been a great advocate for the district and the people in the Farmdale area.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian.
John's going to be great on this board, so I vote yes.
Squire Blackburn.
Yes.
Squire Muller.
Yes.
Squire Tracy.
Yes.
Squire Booth.
yes,
Moore.
Yes.
Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to hire Clinton Arnett as a firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes,
Moore,
Yes.
Wells.
Yes, the next item is authorization to hire Hunter Durr as a firefighter.
So moved.
Second.
Be before July 1. That said, I guess we can, if we send the letter, they can reiterate that again, but I heard them loud and clear at the training, so I'll vote yes.
Squire Blackburn,